Yeah. Oh, well, welcome. Welcome to this very, very special event. My name is Sarah Ritterspa, and I am your MC today. It is my profound honor to be here in person. I am the National Secretary for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, as well as the New to Uhuru Volunteer Coordinator. All right. Yeah, Uhuru. Let's get a couple more chants in there. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off. Unity through. Uhuru, comrades. It is so energizing to be in this room with every single one of you. So thank you for making it this Saturday morning. If you haven't already, please feel free to grab some beverages or some breakfast in the back. A couple of housekeeping announcements. Please make sure your cell phones are on silent. We have restrooms right there. There will be a break at 11:30 and we'll be serving lunch at 1 o'clock. So before we get started, I want to salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, leader of the, Uhuru Chairman, leader of the African People's Socialist Party, as well as Deputy Chair Zene Yeshitela, the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anai, Uhuru Director Akile, as well as Chair of the Hands Off Uhuru Movement, Mwezi Odom. Uhuru. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the party members for being here. Also want to send a salute out to Chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess, and my direct leadership, Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Nevel. Without whom all of these leaders, we would not be here today. But continually, I'd like to salute and thank all of the organizations that supported and took a stand in solidarity and endorsed this convention today. So we've got quite a few. The Existence is Resistant, Green Party of St. Louis, Our Revolution Twin Cities, Philadelphia Community Bail Fund, United National Anti-War Coalition, Florida Indigenous Alliance, Detention Resistance, and the Center for Political Innovation. Uhuru, thank you so much to all those organizations for the endorsements. And last but not least, one more huge thank you and Uhuru to every single one of you people sitting in this room today, and to everybody online for tuning in. Even though you can't be with us here in person, we are so glad that you're tuning in and showing your genuine stance of solidarity with the African resistance. We have people from all over the country, which is very exciting. In person here, we have folks from Minnesota, Minneapolis, we have St. Petersburg, San Diego, Oakland, where else? Philadelphia. So we are well represented. St. Louis, exactly, Chairman, St. Louis. So we are well represented here in St. Louis today at Aquaba Hall. If folks online want to chat where you're tuning in from, we'd love to also give you a shout out. So we are so excited to have everybody here because this is the first in-person convention that we have had in 4 years. 4 long years. Yep. So again, thank you for making the trip and joining us in person today. If you are seeing some unfamiliar faces, please, we invite you to introduce yourselves and get to know your fellow comrades here. So this last year, not unlike most years for USM and the party, has been very eventful. We've already had a 24-hour reparations telethon during which we raised $50,000. Yeah, Uhuru. For the Uhuru Wakalea African Women's Health Center. We organized a March for Reparations that raised over $10,000. Uhuru. We had members march with the Black is Back Coalition for their March on Washington. And we have had continual support in new members, growing our membership with white people standing in genuine solidarity with African liberation. Uhuru. But as you may also know, this last year, we were attacked by the state. The revolution came under attack on July 29th when the FBI raided 7 different homes and offices of Uhuru Solidarity and African People's Socialist Party members. And that's just the first attack that has been enacted by the state. They have escalated since then. For the 4 Uhuru movement leaders were targeted as, quote, unindicted co-conspirators, all of whom are here today. Chairwoman, yeah, Uhuru, absolutely, yep. The chairman, Uhuru, Director Akile, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and Chair Jesse Nevel. So the 4 unindicted co-conspirators of these bogus FBI attacks. And if this convention is successful today, we are going to mobilize each and every one of you in this room and online to go back into your white communities and raise reparations for the African liberation and genuine solidarity. Can I get an Uhuru for that? Uhuru, absolutely, yep. We will turn every white community into a stronghold of white solidarity with Black power that declares hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru, Uhuru. Personally, I think that the state is coming after us. I think we're doing something right.
I know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know that I'm in the right place, that's for sure. But thank you. Thanks to the chairman's leadership, since July 29th, we have been conducting a counteroffensive against these vicious attacks. And that is why this year's convention theme is calling on all white people to stand in solidarity with the party and say no to the FBI's attacks on Black liberation. We want to make it obvious to the party. We want to make it obvious that the party has the support of the white community and it will not be defeated by the US imperialist government. We want to show that it has the backing of the white community, that we stand in solidarity, and that it will not be defeated. So, what better way to start off this convention than by showing a video of those raids, of the vicious attack, and how we are fighting back.
This is the FBI. You have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for this.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
You need a breach? What do you need? Need one. I don't know. I'll tell Ben the money. Don't take it.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Anybody else have goosebumps? Every single time I see that video, especially hearing Director Akile's words followed by that powerful music, every single time, I just think, man, mess with the wrong socialist party, right? Right? Here we are. So if you are seeing this for the first time, you are in the right place. And if you're feeling all of that, your heart starts racing and you're getting those goosebumps, you are absolutely in the right place to fight this fight with us. Now to deliver the opening presentation for today's conference titled How to Become a Reparations Co-Conspirator, one of the unindicted co-conspirators himself, the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Nevel.
Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Unity through. All right, let's give a round of applause to our MC, Sarah. Uhuru, everybody. I just want to welcome everyone who is here today for the 2023 Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention under the theme, White People Say No to FBI War on Black Liberation, Hands Off Uhuru. It is really exciting to see everyone here. I want to salute everyone who came here in person, who traveled far and wide to be here, as well as everyone who is tuning in online. And I want to start by joining our MC, Comrade Sarah, in extending a deep and profound revolutionary salute to our leadership. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement is an organization of the African People's Socialist Party. We were formed by, we are led by the African People's Socialist Party to bring the struggle for African liberation into the white community and win white people like ourselves to stand in solidarity with Black power and reparations to African people. And all of that is made possible by the incredible and brilliant and relentless leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the founder and leader of the Uhuru movement. I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And as we will understand throughout this conference, Chairman Omali Yeshitela is the primary target of this vicious attack that the US government has waged against the African liberation movement and against Africa and African people as a whole. And we have a responsibility in this moment as the Solidarity Movement to deepen our efforts to win white people, to defend the right of African people to organize and win their liberation, which is what Chairman Omali Yeshitela has dedicated his life to for over 60 years. So Uhuru to Chairman Omali. And I also want to join in saluting Deputy Chair Ona Zene Yeshitela, who is here with us today, who we also saw in that video, who is responsible for presiding over the African People's Socialist Party's work internationally to build the infrastructure of the independent, anti-colonial African working class economy. And you will understand when you see the work that Deputy Chair has led to build power, political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. That is why this movement has come under attack. It was not Russia, it was the chairman, deputy chair, and the African People's Socialist Party who made this happen. And we are also very honored to have Director Akile Anai, who is on the Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, who was the world's first reparations candidate, which, once again, the mastermind behind that was not Russia. It was the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Director Akile ran for office in St. Petersburg, raised up the question of reparations in the electoral arena for the first time, and also heads up the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, the War of Ideas, the Burning Spear newspaper, the Black Power 96 radio station, so much more comes under the brilliant leadership of Director Akile. And we're very honored to have you here with us from St. Petersburg, Florida, Uhuru. I also want to salute Mwezi Odom, who came here from San Diego, California, Uhuru. And Mwezi Odom is the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign, which began July 29th. It began, you saw the chairman standing on the steps of his house with that press conference, but that's been seen by almost 1 million people. That was the beginning of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign, the counteroffensive, and Chair Mwezi Odom is the incredible leader that is responsible for building this campaign all around the world. And we'll have the opportunity to hear from Chair Mwezi as well. And I also want to salute and appreciate the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess, Uhuru Chairwoman Penny Hess. Chairwoman Penny has been fighting under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party to build this, to set the example for the principled stand from a white person, from white people in solidarity with the African Revolution for nearly 47 years since the founding of the African People's Solidarity Committee in 1976. So we're very honored to have Chairwoman Penny Hess here with us today. And I also want to welcome and appreciate our courageous lawyers for the Hands Off Uhuru. We have 3 of the lawyers who comprise the current legal team for Chairman Omali and the other so-called unindicted co-conspirators. We have Life Malcolm, who is here, attorney Life Malcolm Uhuru, out of Tampa, Florida, joining us from Tampa, Florida. We also have from Palm Beach, Florida, attorney Addie Griffin Uhuru. And joining us from Tallahassee, we have attorney Mutaki Akbar Uhuru. And we will have an opportunity to hear from them tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. There will be a special event called Meet the Uhuru Legal Team. That's the culmination of this conference, a special rally and event tomorrow right here in Aquaba Hall. So, and speaking of Aquaba Hall, that's the last salute I want to make. I want to salute this hall, this building, and say what an honor it is to be in this building, to have our convention here, and thank this beautiful institution and thank the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Uhuru. And as Sarah spoke about, and as we saw in that video, on July 29th of last year, as many of us know, the US government, through the FBI, carried out the most definitive and serious and vicious assault on the African liberation movement since the 1960s, with the raid of 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru movement in St. Petersburg, Florida, and here in St. Louis, Missouri, including Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Zene Yeshitela's home right here in North St. Louis, where they were handcuffed at gunpoint with laser red sights aimed at the chairman's chest, where their home was broken, the doors were broken down with battering rams, where they invaded their home for hours and hours, looting property and other phones and computers and other kinds of items. And at the same time, they were raiding where Director Akile was staying in St. Petersburg, Florida, as well as the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida, as well as the home of Penny Hess and Kitty Riley in South St. Louis. The Uhuru Solidarity Center, which is owned by the African People's Socialist Party, is the organizing space that we operate from as the Solidarity Movement to win white people into this organization, into this movement. They raided that building and the apartment upstairs, which is where I live, along with the vice chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Amanda Carlozzi. And this raid is something that was seen throughout the world, and which has ignited a firestorm of support and unity with the African People's Socialist Party all around the world. But what I wanted to start off this event today by saying is that what brought everyone here today is not simply the fact that the FBI raided and attacked the Uhuru movement on July 29th of last year. The fact that we are here, the fact that there is an organization of white people working under the leadership of the African Liberation Movement, taking this stand, that has the ability to take this stand, is because of a strategy that was set in motion by Chairman Omali Yeshitela 50 years ago with the founding of the African People's Socialist Party in 1972 and with the Solidarity Movement 4 years later in 1976, with a strategy, with a mission that the chairman set himself up to carry out, to, as he put it at the time, complete the Black Revolution of the 1960s, acknowledging the fact that the Black Revolution of the 1960s had been militarily destroyed. And we hear about COINTELPRO, the FBI counterintelligence program that was initiated by the FBI director at the time, J. Edgar Hoover, that involved assassinations, that involved imprisonment, that involved harassment, surveillance, infiltration, and all kinds of destructive methods that were used to, as they put it, neutralize, which meant to destroy the movement of African people fighting for their liberation and self-determination. And it was in the immediate aftermath of the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s, 1972. Let's think about that year for a second. That's less than 3 years after the FBI, the same FBI that just broke down the doors of the chairman's house last July at 5 o'clock in the morning, broke down the doors of Fred Hampton's apartment at 4 o'clock in the morning in Chicago with the Chicago police and shot him dead after they had drugged him the night before. It was less than 3 years after that. It was less than a year after a group of people broke into the offices of FBI offices in Pennsylvania and released to the media documents exposing and disclosing the existence of COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO had been exposed in 1971, and it was just a matter of months after one of the last shots fired in the defeat of the Black Revolution took place at Attica Prison in New York, where the state massacred over 40 Africans who rose up. And I've read the chairman say that basically what they did was they locked up the revolution in prison, and then they followed the revolution into prison to annihilate it. And that's what happened in 1971 with Attica. And then on early May of 1972, J. Edgar Hoover died. And he died thinking his work was done, that he had succeeded in destroying the Black Revolution that he had devoted his life to since he got started with the FBI, crushing the movement of Marcus Garvey. Here he was, 1972, taking his last breath on his deathbed, thinking, my work here is done. May of 1972. You know what else happened in May of 1972? The founding of the African People's Socialist Party. So for 50 years straight, the African People's Socialist Party has been making J. Edgar Hoover's skeleton rattle in its coffin. Because as Hoover died, the chairman facilitated the rebirth of the Black Revolution. He set about reviving and rebuilding the Black Revolution. But this time around, the chairman armed it with the science and the theory and the strategy and the organization and discipline necessary to win. That's what happened in 1972. The chairman also went about solving every problem that they were not able to solve in the 1960s, many different problems that we'll be hearing about throughout the conference today, but one of them is the one that you're part of right now, the problem of white people. What to do with white people? How do white people have a principled relationship, if any, to the struggle of African people for their liberation? And to answer that question, which had plagued and disrupted and tormented the African liberation movement for decades, the chairman created this organization, the African People's Solidarity Committee, our mass organization, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, to say to white people, yes, we have a role. We're not going to lead this thing because we benefit from this social system as the colonizers. But yes, we have a role. We have a role under the leadership of the African Revolution to go back into our own white communities and build a movement there that is an extension of the Black Power movement. It's the Black Power movement in white face. It's the African liberation movement behind enemy lines. And that's what the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is. And if you had any doubt about that, the clearest evidence you could see is that, as the chairman has said, when they got ready to attack the Black Revolution on July 29th, they couldn't just do it in the Black community, in the African community. They had to go to the white community too. They had to go to the north side of St. Louis, and they had to go to the south side of St. Louis. That's because the African Revolution is on both sides of the so-called Delmar Divide that they call it here. So in the 1960s, that was not the case. And there was no principled, organized stand of white solidarity. When Martin Luther King was killed, there was African rebellions throughout this country. I've heard the chairman talk about how they surrounded the White House with tanks because they thought that the revolution was going to take over the White House. But there was little to no outcry from white people. And our pledge and our commitment this time, now that this organization is here, now that this leadership is here, now that this stance is here, is to say to the US government that if they dare to lay a finger on Chairman Omali Yeshitela or any other leader of the African People's Socialist Party, they should be as concerned about what white people are going to do as they are about what they think African people are going to do. And the slogan is, hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela, or the sky's the limit. That includes the sky above South St. Louis. That includes the sky above your white community where you live. So I want to bring this to a close by saying that we do expect for the US government to move forward with these indictments, and it could happen at any point. It could happen before I'm done with this presentation. They could bust through the doors of this building. And when they do, if they do, they will be looking for the unindicted co-conspirators. So what we want to say today is that if being on the side of African people winning their liberation, if being against police murdering Black people in the streets of this country, African men, women, and children dying at the hands of the police, if being against the fact that enough babies, African babies, die in childbirth to fill 15 kindergarten classrooms makes you an unindicted co-conspirator, then I want us all to say together, I am an unindicted co-conspirator. Let's say it again. I am an unindicted co-conspirator. Let's make them have to run out of handcuffs if they try to come for this revolution. So that is our job. That is our mission. That is our mandate from the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party that we have the honor to work under and to be a part of. And I want to just say one more thing, which is that they raided the Uhuru Solidarity Center. We have members in 140 cities. Let's make a commitment. Let's have 140 Uhuru Solidarity Centers. Next time they try to plan a raid, let's make these FBI people have to pull their hair out. Like, how are we going to do 140 Uhuru Solidarity Centers? It would have to be multi-state raids if they ever tried to do this again. That is our job, to stand as a buffer between the African Revolution and the colonial state. And also to say that they want to wage economic warfare and sabotage and sanctions against the Black liberation movement. And this is where reparations, turning over the resources to the African Revolution, material solidarity with the African Revolution, is clear a revolutionary stand of solidarity, because we have to do everything we can to cut off their ability to suffocate and attempt to starve the African People's Socialist Party of access to resources. And that's what reparations means. And we're going to be talking about that throughout the day. We're going to have an incredible conference this weekend. We're going to hear from some amazing leaders and presenters. We're going to have a tour of the Black Power Blueprint on the north side right here and see all of the institutions and some of the sites that were targeted by the FBI raids last July. And we do this and fight for it and are called on to do this, to fight for it as if our very lives and future depend on it, because they do. because this is our future. There's no hope for a future in a social system built on slavery and war and violence and rape and terror. And everything we hate about this social system, from the destruction of the environment, the culture of rape and violence, oppression based on gender and sexuality, oppression of people based on ability or, quote, disability, everything we hate about this is symptomatic of the colonial mode of production that the African People's Socialist Party is fighting to overturn and replace with a new mode of production in which all human beings can live in peace and prosperity. That is the true threat that they pose. Nothing troubles an inhumane, blood-sucking, profit-driven colonial system more than African and oppressed people's refusal to surrender the futures of their children. And there are not enough flashbang grenades in the world to change that. Our future is in solidarity with the African Revolution, in their struggles, in their fierce determination to fight and win. The future lies. Hands off Uhuru. Unity through Uhuru.
I am an unindicted co-conspirator. I am an unindicted co-conspirator. Uhuru, Uhuru. One more round of applause for USM Chair Jesse Nevel. I've heard a speech or two by Chair Jesse, but I think that one was up there. I'm feeling pretty mobilized today. Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you, Chair Jesse, for that very powerful presentation. Now I would like to invite to the stage FoFeet for a cultural performance.
Are you looking for your?
My crate.
Yeah.
I stand on. Yeah.
Come on.
It's okay. That's okay. Huh? Uhuru comrades. I want to thank the Uhuru Solidarity for inviting me to do poetry today. I want to thank Chairman Omali Yeshitela and all of the other unindicted co-conspirators like myself. My name is FoFeet Ushairi El-Kibulon. El-Kibulon is indigenous for Africa. Ushairi is my African name for poet and poetry. FoFeet means I hear poetry with 2 feet on earth and 2 feet in spirit. That means I hear things other people don't hear. I see things other people don't see. And I know things that other people think I don't. When in 2011, well, I first did this piece at the first annual convention, and it's called Call Me Free. At that time, I didn't understand what the poem meant, but I knew over time I would understand everything that it meant and how it affected me. It was my first time in Africa. We were at this village outside next door to One Africa, which is a wellness center owned by African people. This little place was so close that they shared the same common ground, which was overlooking the bank right next to the river. I mean the ocean, I'm sorry, the ocean. So we were there, it was me, my guide, which was one of the young men from Accra, and the young lady that took me, who was an artist also. The idea of the program was to take African American, at the time, people that lived the Afrocentric lifestyle, but had never been to the continent. So I was one of her first people to go. I was supposed to have a clear mind and no expectation to take it in just like a baby. So with that being said, I cleared my mind. I did not look up any travel items, no history. I just went. we were there, and at night, the Africans in the area was playing music and dancing. And what was odd to me was the men was dancing with each other and the women were looking like, okay, we out here trying to display our wares. So we were at the table, the other two were laughing and enjoying themselves, and all of a sudden I saw two shadows near the bank, right over the river. And these shadows was pushing something over the cliff. I looked around and nobody could see it but me. So I asked in meditation, what does this mean to me? What do you want me to know? After a while, I didn't hear anything. So I just joined the rebel. That night, later, about 3 in the morning, I started getting visions of a young girl. She was about 14. It was her birthday. And she was the daughter of the chief of the village who had gone out that day for something, different, to get supplies for the village or whatever. But she was waiting for them to come back to celebrate her birthday. When they didn't come back, the village kind of, went to sleep and they were raided. All of the young people were taken. All the people that were older were either beaten, left to die, or just left. So she was taken on the way to Cape Coast to the door of no return. She knew this. So at every time they got a chance to stop and settle down, she would run away. Every time they bring her back. She run away, they bring her back. She would run away, they bring her back. She asked about her father. Nobody told her anything. She asked about getting back to the village. They said never. As they were at the area that we were, which was about a mile from Cape Coast, she knew that would be her last chance because they would get to the council the next day. So she ran. They knew she would run, so they prepared for it. They told them, let her go, but not. So she ran away and she thought she had made it a good way before, and maybe she was free. She just wanted to get to the river, to the ocean. So what they did was they caught her right before she got there. They beat her, they raped her, and they basically almost killed her. But they got to the river, up to the ocean, and they said, you wanted to get to the ocean? You wanted to go back home? Here's your chance. And they rolled her into the ocean. As the waves took her back towards her village, she whispered to me her name. I could not understand her name. She whispered and I asked at least a half a day, and I could not hear. But she said, call me free. And that's all I could get. But she said the rest will come. 3 years later, I saw Chairman Omali, and I attended the first gathering he had in St. Louis, and I became a member of the Uhuru movement.
Well,
during that time, I learned what her story, her life meant, and how I was supposed to bring it to the people. She was relentless in trying to stay at home. She was relentless not to be a slave. She was relentless not to leave her home. She was relentless, and she said at the end, call me free.
wow.
I couldn't understand what she was saying because the word was not in my vocabulary. She was relentless, and she knew I would learn that her name was Uhuru. I started this. I want to be like her.
Well,
My name is FoFeet Ushairi Al-Kibulon. Al-Kibulon is for Africa. Ushairi is poet and poetry. And FoFeet means out here poetry with 2 feet on earth and 2 feet in spirit. Uhuru shall come back.
Tell you, I don't know what I was expecting from FoFeet, but that blew me away. Absolutely. Perfect. So one more round of applause, please, for FoFeet. I want to take a moment to recognize some more people tuning in from online and where they are from. We have people from Ohio, from Louisville. Where else we have people from? We've got Boston tuning in. Where else? We've got San Diego. Excellent. We've got people tuning in from all over and they just keep rolling in. So Uhuru to everybody online. And if you could please share and like and stream and get this out to all of the social media platforms that you are involved in. We would appreciate that too. All right. Now, Chairman, if you keep giving me MC roles, I will one day have all your accolades memorized. I promise, okay? But I don't want to miss any of them. So, all right, forgive me for reading this. All right, it is now my profound honor to introduce the revolutionary leader without whose vision, theoretical worldview, and strategy to win revolution in his lifetime, none of us would be here today, and that is no exaggeration. For 50 years, an amount of time that I can't even comprehend doing something, let alone fighting for the struggle of African liberation. This brilliant African revolutionary leader has rebuilt from the ashes of defeat a global revolutionary movement of African workers uniting as one nation in a unified strategy to liberate their Africa and Africa's resources as the birthright of every African person on the planet. He is the author of many works. He, in the understanding of how to move the African revolution forward and carry to its fruition, including his most recent book and report to the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, Vanguard, the Advanced Attachment of the African Revolution. We have that book for sale here as well, if y'all haven't read that yet. He is the founder and leader of the Uhuru movement and provides leadership for the entire world revolutionary struggle. The chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and African Socialist International. Please join me in welcoming Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Thank you, Carmen. Yeah. Uhuru. I really want to express my appreciation for the introduction and for this extraordinarily important convention at a crucial time and place in history. I'm going to say a little bit about the science of African revolution. I think it's really important to talk about that because we're at a place now in history where it is extraordinarily important for us to be clear on what it is that we are about, what it is that we stand for, because much confusion abounds today. And there's a tremendous transformation that's happening in the world that people can see, not necessarily understand that there's a real economic and political change in the economic and political configuration of the planet Earth right now that's being experienced in a number of ways. First of all, I want to do something I don't do often in beginning this presentation. I want to say a little bit about myself I don't do it often because this movement is not about some subjective thing of individuals, but I do think it's important for you to know some things so that you can also, I think, get a better grip on what it is that we stand for, what it is that we're about. And I also think it's really important that the lawyers are here. You have an opportunity to meet the lawyers. The lawyers have an opportunity to meet you and to experience this movement and know what the hell it is that it's about. Because there are various assumptions about what the revolution is, what revolution is. People go back to images that they've seen in movies and things like that. But the actual struggle that we're involved in is simple. It's a fight for the happiness of our people and the return of everything that's been stolen from us that makes it impossible for us to realize that happiness in a material way, in the real world. That's all it's about. It's not taking anything from anybody. So first of all, I want to say I'm 81 years old, and this is important. It's important, number one, for an African to live to be 81 years old in this country and in this world. But it's also important because of the 81 years that I have been alive, I do not know a single moment where African people, Black people here or any place in the world knew anything that approximated freedom and happiness, where we were not under attack, where we were not being visited by extreme violence all the time, where ignorance was not being imposed on our communities, etc. 81 years. That's before I knew how to say Russia. And I'm mentioning this because this is our reality. And this absurdity, this obscenity, that somehow that African people don't know we are oppressed. And that it took somebody who they call white to be able to say to Black people that we are oppressed. And you must think about this, because what are the charges? The charges relate to the fact that we said reparations. They mentioned that in some indictment. We said reparation, call for reparations. Pay for the oppression, exploitation of Black people. They say that we utilize the electoral process in this country. This is not the first time that Black people came under attack for participating in elections. I was one of the people who was involved in organizing Black people throughout the South for the right to vote. I registered African people. I almost went to jail. I was threatened in Madison, Florida by white mob for trying to participate, getting African people to register to vote. And so I was there in terms of the overall movement. When churches in Birmingham, Alabama bombed and our little babies killed there, where Black people were assassinated throughout the southern part of this country for trying to vote. And they said that it's the Russians who told us that we're supposed to engage in the electoral process, that told us that we're supposed to say reparations, and which is extraordinary. So here's the FBI bombing my house at 5 o'clock in the morning in 2022 rather. And then they had people who call themselves Klansmen or other white mobs who were bombed churches in 1963. What the hell is the difference? What the hell is the difference? All of it is about electoral process. It's not that we don't respect the right to vote. We don't respect democracy. The problem is that we respect democracy more than the state respects democracy. And that's the issue. We say, yes, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of association. We believe in it and we act on it. But they say the Russians. What are they saying about Russia versus America when they say Russians told us that we should participate in the electoral process? Russia told us that we should call for reparations to Black people. Russia has told us that we should uphold the United Nations Convention on the punishment, on prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. The Russians told us that. And it took 40 years, even after this passed in the United Nations in 1948 for the United States to even ratify that. What the hell does that say about America? So the Russians are the ones who say, stop the genocide against Black people. Russians told us to say that. The Russians told us that we should finally get paid for all the labor that we put into the development of this economy that they enjoy. Now, the Russians told us that, not Joe Biden. Fact is, I don't know where Biden was when I was involved in organizing Black people in this country to be able to register and vote. When they were trying to kill me in Madison, Florida, I don't know where the hell Biden was. You see, I do know that in the 70s, that as a senator, he was one of the leading forces that came out in opposition to various civil rights legislation. But he's the one now who his Justice Department, his Democratic Party Justice Department, is the one now that has claimed that I'm working for the Russians because I'm doing what he was opposed to in the 1960s and 70s. Can we put Biden in the witness stand and ask him, is this anything personal, Biden, about this? The fact that he's fighting for stuff that you were opposed to all this time? Yes. Biden is the guy who said that Obama might be all right because he's clean. He's clean. And he doesn't talk like Black people unless he intends to, unless he wants to. You remember Biden saying that? This is Biden who's saying that I am supposed to be put on trial and put in prison because I stood up and made it possible for a Negro like Biden, like Obama, to even get elected, right? So, like I said, I'm 81 years old. I've been fighting this struggle all my life. And I've had to fight all my life because all the time I've been living, Black people have been catching hell for my entire existence. And then I read books that preceded this. And I see Black people catching hell back then too, right? So, and it was in English, by the way, not Russian. The books were in English, not Russian. And so I just think it's really important to know this. And then I'm going to move quickly because I left St. Petersburg, Florida, where I was born, when I was 18 years old, because I joined the United States Army. And they were saying, join the Army and see the world. And I joined the United States Army because I assumed that the problems that I was experiencing and saw experienced all around me might have something to do with the fact that I was living in this little small southern city, right? And so I joined the Army, and when I on the train in December 1958, on the train going to the induction site, it was filled because it was December. A lot of people traveling around holidays and stuff. And I'm standing on the train with a lot of other people. And I'm standing next to this white guy because we all going to the Army to serve our country. And the white guy standing next to me said, I hate to see that. And I turned smiling at him, what's that? And he pointed where an African named Morgan, remember that, was sitting next to this white woman on the train. And he said, a nigger sitting next to a white woman. Wow. This is on my way to serve America, right? But that didn't deter me. Hell, although Sailor got messed up pretty badly. You know, next time I saw him, somebody had chastised him for his attitudes. And that didn't deter me. So I moved forward and found myself sent to Berlin, Germany. I was in Berlin, Germany when the wall was built. This Berlin Wall that they talk about. I was in one of the first tanks, military tanks. You're talking about tanks, getting them to Ukraine, where they were in Berlin. And Berlin was an occupied city in Germany. Germany was occupied by Russians, Americans, the British, and the French. I was there in one of those tanks. You can't tell it. You go to Checkpoint Charlie today in Berlin. See the pictures of all the soldiers who were in the tanks. You won't see a single black soldier there. I was there. I was there when Kennedy came there. And mistook a jelly donut for a German. Ich bin ein Berliner, he said. He thought he was talking good German. Come on, Angelica. That's why I said Angelica, she's from Germany, right? She knows that a Berliner is a jelly donut, right? He thought he was saying, I am a Berliner. You understand? He was a Berliner, a jelly donut. But I was there when that happened. And it was really interesting because people like to talk about fascism versus democracy when it comes to our struggle. And we say that the contradiction we're confronted with is not fascism, it's colonialism. Doesn't matter to us if the colonizer is reactionary or so-called liberal. If a fascist colonizer, distinguish for me a fascist colonizer and a democratic colonizer. What the hell difference does it make? I'm colonized. And so I am there in Berlin, Germany, not the jelly donut. So it was really striking because this is only 13, 14 years after the military defeat of Nazis in Germany. And what I'm running into is the biggest fights that I'm seeing in Berlin, Germany, was between white soldiers from America against black soldiers in America. Constant attacks, not from the Germans. I'm there in Germany. I'm walking down the street and then hear some German woman making an insulting remark against a comrade I'm walking with, a nigger lover. She's standing with an American white soldier when she says that. Now, I remember Sailor. I bounced up to him, said, "Sag mal wieder." Say it again. And she looks at the white soldier and said, "He's not going to do anything. Say it again." And of course, she didn't say it again. Point is, the Germans were the fascists. The Americans were the colonizers of black people and had a particular attitude that went with being the colonizer, right? So, talk to me about fascism on another day. So this is an experience. I'm there with the tanks. I'm there facing all of this. And I go back into, and the first Russian I knew, by the way, was when we were on a convoy traveling had to go through Berlin. Was occupied by different countries, France, United States, and England. And to get out of Berlin, you had to go through checkpoints to other parts of Germany, which was quote unquote West Germany. And I'm on a convoy. And I'm 19 years old. And I think it was Shakespeare who said something like, "Youth is wasted on the young." And I was capable of proving it because I'm riding in this truck, and me and two white boys, car and Acord, riding in the front of the truck. And I filled up this huge tin like water thing with cold water and apple juice and cognac. So all the time we're riding, I'm tasting. So when we get to this checkpoint that's going to West Germany, where the training is going to occur, we're supposed to get out. Nobody's supposed to get out while we're at the checkpoint. But I prove Shakespeare absolutely correct. I get off the truck and I go into the John, the toilet. And when I'm in there, there's a Russian soldier standing there, and the urinals in the men's bathroom, it's like it extends from the wall into a trowel on the floor. So I'm talking to this Russian in German. I'm talking, and I'm really being friendly, and the guy ignores me because he sees I'm dead drunk, right? And he continues to ignore, I continue to talk, so I turn, listen, some of you know what I'm talking about. I threw the most perfect left hook. I don't believe Sugar Ray Robinson could have thrown a hook like this. I turned, hooked him, boom, he fell in the trowel in the piss, right? This is a Russian. This is my first physical contact with a Russian, right? So by now, the white guys I'm riding with in the truck wonder what the hell has happened to me. So they come and they grab me. And because they said I was trying to get the guy's gun out of, I was hosting. They dragged me out and threw me on the back of the truck. So this is the beginning of my Russian experience. I just want everybody to know this. You understand that? and I was working for Uncle Sam then. You understand? When this happened. I get back, they send me finally back to Georgia. They transfer me and I go back to Georgia. I'm still a kid. And when I get to Georgia, all kinds of horrible things are happening, and with the civil rights movement exploding. And white people are doing horrible things to Black people, and white people, even like the police and sheriffs, and as well as just ordinary citizens. And so I refused to leave the base most of the time. I would stay on the base. And I would go to the Post Exchange snack bar to buy stuff, a hamburger when I was crazy enough to eat meat, and or any other thing like that, right? And so there was a woman, white woman, who worked there, and she said she refused to take my money because she didn't want my hand to touch her lily white hand, right? And so when I put the money, she'd do like this. So I just forced the money in her hand. So next thing I know, I'm being called by the sergeant major, who says, this white woman says that you are trying to hold her hand. Anyway, it wasn't true. And I was by now insane, just in terms of what was happening to African people. I've been in Berlin in tanks and stuff like that, facing somebody who's never done anything to Black people, and I'm now back in this country in the United States, and I have a serious attitude. They've given me a weapon and told me to kill people who I don't know. They put me in a tank. I'm in a place I've never been. Come from Florida, I'm in Germany. I'm in winters I never thought human beings could live in. Literally, I'm saying I'm gonna die. It's not possible to live in this cold weather. I'm doing this, and now I come back, I'm seeing Black people being just mistreated, seeing the water hoses and all of these things, fire hoses attacking children who just want to register to vote. And so I joined this movement when I get back. This is the movement that I get involved in. I was determined then that this should not be something that I could live with. And as a child even, I left high school, my senior year in high school, because this very erudite professor, Black person, because I went to what they call segregated schools then. I was lucky. And in the sense that I went to Black schools all the time. I was lucky, to have that experience. And, but this one professor who was in these specialized classes, they track you and what have you, and I did my damnedest not to be tracked. They put me this place, I took shoe repair instead. So this professor says something to the effect that that Black people will have to prove ourselves to white people to be free. And that kicked it off for me. You know, this even when I'm in high school, no, buddy, that cannot be right. You know, no. And of course, he controlled the mic, you know, so I couldn't win that debate. But my point is that all my life, that's been our experience. The other point that I would make is that freedom is illegal for Black people. Freedom is illegal for Black people. Does that sound strange? Well, it's a democracy here. You can vote for whom you want to. The fact is that freedom is illegal for Black people. That for a slave, it's illegal to be free. It's illegal for a slave to be free. You can't have a system based on slavery if the so-called slave can be free. To be free negates slavery. You can't have a slave and a slave master. You can't have freedom. Freedom is illegal for the colonized. You can't have colonialism if the people who are colonized can be free. You have to have law created by the slave master and the colonizer to justify it. There's no other way. Even as England and Europe debating these noble ideas coming out of feudalism about democracy and freedom, rule of law they talked about. Even as that was occurring, there were critics who were saying, how the hell can you talk about rule of law and democracy in England when you're cutting off heads? In Africa, when you're committing all these offenses and crimes and brutality against Black people and other people around, how can you do that? This was a discussion that happened among intellectuals. This is not just me talking about it. I'm talking about Rousseau and other people engaged in these discussions about this law and the rule of law. And so they said that's true. That these things, we do these things to Black people in England and Black people in other places around the world and other colonized people because there's this thing they manufacture of a legal exceptionalism, legal exceptions, right? This is where Rudyard Kipling's, how did he characterize it? Kipling, when he talked about what? White man's burden, the legal exception. That's inferred, at least in this process, that the exception to this democracy and ruled by law that they talk about is when you're dealing with the colonized, the uncivilized. It's the responsibility of the civilized to make them civilized, and you can do anything that's necessary to make them civilized. It's the white man's burden. We don't want to do it, but cut off that head, cut off that hand, brutalize that person to make them civilized, and when they become civilized, then they have the rights that we are talking about, ruled by law. This is, by the way, lawyers might know this, might not, but this is a part of the whole argument that went into the construct that we now know as law in America and in Europe, in England. In fact, it was the British under whom much of this occurred, because as you know, up until 1945, England controlled something like a quarter of the world's population and a quarter of the world's territory. It was that part of what was setting what law is. So I'm saying this because there's a direct connection between a mode of production, how a society gets what it needs to survive, and the ideas that are born and stem from and reinforce that society. This is called a relationship between the economic base of a society and the superstructure. And the superstructure that we're talking about are those ideas, those institutions, even the legal institutions of that society. Culture flows from this relationship. That's why there's an inference. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's inferred and people talk about it all the time. That possession is 99% of ownership. Why in the hell do you need something like that? It's because, like Teddy Roosevelt, the guy who they named the little teddy bear for? The guy that participated in stealing so much of what is now in the Americas, etc. And I think he was speaking of Panama. And he said it's ours because we stole it fair and square, right? Possession. This is part of what we are talking about. It's more than that. So it's very insidious kind of thing. And there is democracy. And there's a democracy. And I've used this, kind of analogy, unpleasant analogy, recently in the past, that you have the right to vote on what side of the ass you're going to kiss. But you're going to kiss ass. You understand? Well, you pick this side, that side, the law said the ass is going to be here for you to kiss. That's the relationship. That's what colonialism is. And so you can go to court and say, they denied me the right to kiss ass on this side, and you can actually go to the Supreme Court and they say, he's got the right to kiss that ass on that side just like everybody else. You understand? This is law based on a colonial relationship. This is what we're talking about. It's an analogy that I use. But you know what I'm talking about, don't you? Yeah, you know what I'm talking, don't you, like? And the truth of the matter is that this one other thing I just want to think is really important, because a lot of people of this generation and most white people do not understand that historically there have been two fundamental tendencies in the struggle for Black freedom, right? Right, Kamal Akbar? Two tendencies. One is to try to integrate with the oppressor. There's an assumption that you can't get out of this thing. You can't have your own thing, so integrate with it. Go into it. You can't get a good school or your own, they ain't gonna let you have no good school. So try to go into their school and get the best you can get out of it. Isn't that part of the line that we hear? And then there's another politic tendency, and the African has always been here, is that just like any other people on the planet Earth, the dignity demands that we have the right and responsibility to be a self-determining, self-governing people, just like everybody else. There's no dignity in being a slave. There's no dignity in being a slave. And that's a criminal act and a criminal statement that I've just made. De facto, not de jure, is that how you say it? Not de jure, de facto. Not according to law, but according to fact. So if you say rule by law, I believe in that. They do too. So if the law doesn't cover it, they move the goalpost, change the damn law. Wasn't illegal yesterday, but damn it, I didn't see you that close to the goalpost, so now make it illegal. And so what we have done, no other organization in the history of the world has done what we have done. We have destroyed this artificial barrier that distinguishes Black people from other people in terms of how the world operates and how it should function in the future of the planet Earth. There's not going to be a Black future and a white future. There's not going to be a Mexican future and a so-called American future. In fact, there would be no America without what they have done to Africans and other oppressed people in this land that they have stolen. This is a part of the foundation upon which the law is based. Stolen land, stolen labor, stolen resources, stolen ideas. This is what we're talking about. So most people are not aware of that. So I'm a freak. And it might not be too hard to convince a jury that I'm a freak. I told you about when I was in Georgia and they finally decided to court-martial me in Georgia because I had begun to organize, when I was in the military, organize African soldiers. and to propagate the ideas of freedom. The African soldiers, what the hell are we doing here? And so they sent me to a psychiatrist. Nigga must be crazy. And it was true. And this is something that you must understand too. Historically in this country, no matter how bad they were treating us, there was always a crazy nigga that they didn't touch. They didn't put their hands on. That nigga's crazy there, right? Let him go. Walk around them, etc. So I had to be crazy. I hope you're not disturbed because I say nigga. I say nigga because I don't want to erase the evidence. You know what I'm saying? They talking about don't say it and say N-word. Hell, no, nigga, that's what you said. That's what you said. I ain't gonna let you forget it. Yeah, Miles Davis did a thing. My name is Jack Johnson. I'm the heavyweight champion of the world. I'm a black man. They won't let me forget it. He says, I'm a black man and I won't let them forget it, right? So that's what you said, nigga. And before any meeny, miny, mo, and catch the tiger by the toe, that was something else you said. I want to keep all that written down. That's going to be evidence because someday we're going to hold trial. Yeah. Yeah. So they sent me to a psychiatrist. They brought a psychiatrist to me. And the first psychiatrist, he really became frightened. He left. So they sent me to the main psychiatrist on the main base. It was a major who was a psychiatrist. And he's talking to me and I'm talking as black as I can be. And the guy said, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. You're a Garveyite. Okay. You're a Garveyite. I didn't even know what the hell a Garveyite was. The white man told me what a Garveyite was. He told me you are a Garveyite. These ideas that you have come from that political, that trend inside the African world. Garvey, Marcus Garvey, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. That's where it comes from. I don't believe that white man was Russian when he said that. You understand? And so I'm just pointing out how stupid and ridiculous these charges are, but they rely on ignorance of people who've been led to believe that the only rational thing that an African person can think about, believe in, is trying to join the white man. Must be crazy. If you don't want to join the white man, something must be wrong with you, right? And when we say that black people have the same right of any dignified population on the planet Earth to be free, to be self-governing, to be able to say my child will have a future, not because a good white man or a good white woman or a Negro like it says it can have a future, because that future is in our own hands. That's what we stand for. So what am I doing on time? Who's the timekeeper? You're not liberal, are you? Oh, I got a couple more minutes. Okay, let me just say this. So here's the point that I really want to make is that the world that we live in has not always been this way. There was a time when it was clearly recognized that African people had created pyramids before white folks mastered fire. Even learn how to use fire. That's damn true. That's why DeSantis don't want y'all talking it out in Florida. And other places are piping in on this thing too, because to understand this is really important. You see, and so the thing is that when we met Europe, before there was a European, the Europe came into existence as a concept. White people as a concept through slavery. Before slavery, the people who we now call Europeans identified themselves primarily in relationship to each other. Different tribes and things, warring tribes in this space that we now refer to as Europe. Celts, Visigoths, Normans, somebody say another one. Well, Vikings, what? Somebody say another one. Yeah, Vandals, all of this stuff, the things they like to call you, Vandals. Right? Is there a thing in law, vandalism? Yeah. That's calling you white. So Europeans, these people that we now refer to as Europeans, were constantly at war with each other, lived in a very impoverished and desperate kind of situation. And so desperate that just between the period of 1347 and 1352, what's that, 4 years? 55 years, 4 or 5 years anyway, like half the white people on earth died from plague. And they called it the Black Plague. Why the hell not? Blame everything. Black, yeah, plague, they call it the Black Plague. And Europe was, this territory they call Europe was completely destitute. I mean, the economy, you can Google this stuff up, you know, and the economy was just in horrible shape. And you can't have a viable economy if half the population dies in 4 years. You just can't have it. I don't care. I mean, cows died, horses died, farmers died, doctors died, you know, everybody. 4 years, half the population, at least. And it was so bad that something like 1328, the 1300s anyway, that it was so bad in this place, England, that people were literally eating their dogs and their cats and bird fecal matter, I guess, to get the seeds out of that. And in England, literally eating their babies. That's one form of Roe versus Wade. That one sneaked up on me. But what had happened was that in 1328, a man traveling from Mali going to Mecca, he had an entourage of 60,000 people with him. They were on horseback, camels, and afoot. I think it took something like 6 months to make this trip. And they had more gold than anybody had ever seen in their lives. And they were building mosques and giving away gold all the way from Mali in West Africa on their way to Mecca, because they were Muslims, right? And that's before it was necessary to say Black Muslims. They were Muslims. And so you have this area that's in dire straits economically. And how do you get out of this situation where people are dying like flies? Even the Pope, they were so serious, like with the plague, you know, the Pope, you know, has a special relationship with God, we're told. And, but the plague was such that the Pope abandoned the Vatican. He got the hell out of the Vatican because he didn't want to be anywhere near somebody who might make it necessary for him to meet God in person, right? So he's avoiding the plague. I mean, it was a horrible kind of situation, you know, like for this territory we call Europe. And so when you know, they teach us this pablum that they call history, you know, like somehow these people in what we call Europe now had this intellectual itch. They want to see what was over here. They want to see what was over there. Is the world round, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the thing that started off this so-called exploration. What started is, where the hell did that gold come from that black man from Mali traveled all the way with? It was so much gold that it disrupted the economy of Egypt for a while. You understand? So much gold there. And so they're looking for gold in Portugal, which was, I'm talking about Portugal. Let's pretend that we don't recognize that on the map that they have created, that Portugal is this little appendix that sort of sticks out, you know, there. It was insignificant entity. What gave growth and significance to Portugal, what created this persona that we know of as Prince Henry the Navigator, you've heard of that. was they were looking for that gold. And so they started traveling all around the coast of Africa. This is where you see the beginning of modern agriculture that we come today, the plantations, et cetera, because they took this island off the coast of Africa and they began to do sugar. They enslaved people, began to create sugar there. That changed the world. That changed all of Europe. It gave more energy to people. Sugar had been just a luxury thing. Only a handful of Europeans, people who lived in this area had it before. Now, everybody's got sugar. Now, with Portugal starts this thing, it becomes clear what the possibilities are of this colonial project. If people could get engaged in this project, and they did get engaged, and they began kidnapping Black people, and then kidnapping Black men, they travel other places looking for resources, and they went to the Americas, and they found gold and resources there, et cetera, and then they found people, human beings. Those they didn't kill, they forced into labor, forced labor, and what have you. For the first time in history, a world economy was created. A world economy for the first time. Never was a world economy. People traded with each other before, but not a single economy hooked up together before. Now you got one. And this is the origin of the economy, the modern economy that we experience today. Right now, came from that. And this is the origin of all the wars that you see happening every place to try to maintain this situation, the parasitic relationship that was imposed by this handful of people who came out of Europe on the rest of the world. All the wealth now leaving Africa, leaving what they call the Americas. There's no food in my refrigerator. If I have one, it's because it's in the refrigerator in a white community someplace. People are starving where all the wealth is located. They get the cocoa, where? From Africa, but you get the Hershey bars, where? In America and Europe and all these other places like that. They get the coltan and the cobalt from Africa, but you get the computers, where? From this country and other places where Europeans are. The whole economy now rests upon this parasitic foundation. It is a colonial mode of production. This is where Karl Marx was wrong when he determined that what we were looking at is what he characterized as a capitalist mode of production that followed feudalism. What followed feudalism was colonialism. Karl Marx himself had to say that what we characterize as wage slavery in Europe required as a pedestal, slavery pure and simple in the New World. This is what informs our politics. You can't get out of this without understanding the whole story. You come into the damn movie and it's almost over. You think you know something because you saw this happen or that happen. But the whole story, what holds this damn thing together? They know what holds it together. That's why Uhuru is a problem. That's why freedom is a problem. Think about this. They're bombing people for saying freedom. Look at what happened in Kenya. The Kenyan Land Freedom Army called Mau Mau fought the whole British military force by itself. By itself. Was no Russians there. Was no Americans there to help this struggle. Well, instead of bombing us for creating clinics, for having a proposed clinic for African women here, why doesn't the government join in and say, let's help, let's do what we can to facilitate that? Hell no. It's not that they won't create a clinic, they will create a clinic that they control. It's not that they want us to starve, they don't want us to starve. They just don't want us to be able to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. They don't want us to feed ourselves. Once you do it for yourself, you're a problem. Because everything that we have constructed is a criticism of America, a criticism of the government here, a criticism of the financial institutions here. Because if a handful of Black people and our comrades in the white community could do this, basketball court, $150,000. No Russians did that. I don't even know if the Russians play basketball. You understand? You see. And if a handful of Africans can do that, why the hell doesn't the government do that? And that's a statement that we don't even have to say it. People understand there must be something wrong with this relationship. So what you do, get up early in the morning and use flashbang grenades. Terrorize the entire community, say don't have nothing to do with them. You understand? They say we're extremists. Black, what they come up with this Black identity extremist. If you tell the Black identity, you are extreme. As much work as they do to destroy that. But they cannot win. And that's the thing that they don't understand. because there's a difference in winning a battle and winning the war. And the war is the total liberation of our people. And Che Guevara, final point, once said that solidarity is not just a matter of well-wishing. It's sharing the same fate, whether in victory or in death. And that's why they had to attack the Solidarity Center in South St. Louis. That's why they had to attack Penny Hess and Jesse Nevel and the other comrades who work in the Solidarity movement, because they have come to understand it's a common fate that we share. We have destroyed this myth of a Black reality and then a white reality over here and other realities. There's one common economy. There's one mode of production that connects us all. Some as parasites, some as hosts. But the thing that distinguishes us also is that we have consciousness. That's a peculiar human feature when you talk about animals. And consciousness gives us the ability to break free from this construct that they have created. Parasite versus host. It's a thinking parasite. It's a thinking host. And the host and the parasite can decide to change our relationship to this whole system. And that's what is happening now. That's what we're promoting now. And so I just want to say, brothers and sisters and comrades, I'm really happy to be here with this. How many conventions is this up to now from the Uhuru Solidarity Movement? Well, this convention. Now, the first in 4 years, and you know, because the colonial virus locked us out for a while. You're going to see a lot of what we're doing before you leave here. Before this conference is over, you're going to see a lot of what we're doing, what we've constructed in the real world. And that's really important for you to understand what it is that they're really making war against. That is the right for African people to be a self-determined, dignified people, and we are determined to make that happen. So I just want to say, hands off. Uhuru. Hands off. Uhuru. All right.
Chairman, you always render me somewhat speechless. You know, I'm listening to your presentation and I'm thinking, okay, how do I follow that? How do I follow that? What do I want to say? What do I want to highlight? And there's too much. I will say I'm tired of kissing that ass. Right? Yeah. That's why I'm here today. I think like some other white folks in the audience found themselves tired of kissing that ass. It's not doing anything, right? That's why we're here. Stand in principled solidarity and in unity with the true African liberation and struggle. Uhuru. Now on to our next speaker, folks. It is an honor to introduce another unindicted co-conspirator, the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Penny Hess has been a member of the APSC since its founding in 1976. Nearly 50 years has Chairwoman Penny been at the helm of this struggle, working under the party's leadership to carry out the chairman's brilliant scientific strategy of organizing members of the colonizer settler nation, which is all of us white people, to break our allegiance to imperialism and to unite in principle, material solidarity with the African Revolution. Penny Hess was the first white person to become a revolutionary African internationalist by joining APSC and taking up that very important call to build the movement for white reparations to African people, to return what we have stolen. Chairwoman Penny speaks and organizes throughout the US and Europe to educate white people about the history of colonialism, the truth that the chairman just spoke about, and slavery that we have historically benefited from and participated in, and that we all, every single one of us white people, still benefits from. And how we can be a part of rectifying our relationship to the rest of humanity, join with the rest of humanity, take ourselves off of this pedestal. She is the author of the incredible book called Overturning the Culture of Violence, written under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Let's give a big round of applause to Chairwoman Penny Hess.
Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Uhuru, unity through reparations. Uhuru, I just want to express my deepest honor at being here today under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. I want to welcome all of the members of Uhuru Solidarity Movement who are in this room and who are online as part of this growing movement of white people under the leadership of the African Revolution, realizing and taking a stand that this is our future. This is the future of the planet. And I want to salute my leadership, the African People's Socialist Party, Deputy Chair Zene Yeshitela, under whose leadership directly most of us, all of us in the African People's Solidarity Committee are organized. And I want to salute Chair Mwezi, Director Akile Anani, and other leaders of the African People's Socialist Party that are here today, and all of you who have the courage and the integrity to come out to the forward side of history. And I want to just unite and say how deeply moved I am by Chairman Omali Yeshitela's presentation today. As always, just to say that I've been in the African People's Solidarity Committee for almost 47 years, as has been said. And I have heard the chairman speak. The chairman organized me. The chairman's presentations from the very beginning, the first conference of the African People's Solidarity Committee, where the chairman talked for 13 hours without stopping basically on this parasitic question, on the theory of African internationalism, the understanding that the world as it is configured today is formed by Europe's assault on Africa, stealing first the gold, all the gold from Africa. If you go to Ghana and they have a castle and it's called Elmina, that stands for the mine, but they had already taken all the gold out of it. Then they began turning African human beings into the first, most valuable and viable commodity of the capitalist system. And this, as the chairman has taught us, transformed Europe from feudalism to capitalism, as we know it, to the wealth and power of imperialism that dominated the world. That's how it happened. That is the science. And that all white people sit on the pedestal of the oppression of African people. All of us do. Yes, there are the wealthy. Yes, there are the billionaires and the Gateses or whatever, the Rockefellers, and there are working white people. But nevertheless, we all sit on this pedestal. And that is why even white working people would attack Africans instead of our own ruling class. And the way that we do attack our ruling class is under the leadership of the African Revolution. This is the future. And Chairman, it's very emotional to see, because, we know that Malcolm X was assassinated and murdered by this system, by the colonial state, by the FBI, by the same forces that attacked the party and you and Martin Luther King and Patrice Lumumba and Dedan Kamati and Amilcar Cabral and Sobukwe of Africa and Steve Biko. the list goes on and on and on. Everyone that stood up for Africa and African people as one people around the world were killed. The chairman fought that, took that on fearlessly, courageously, uphill in the height of the counterinsurgency, when all the US government was doing was flooding the African community with crack cocaine and heroin and taking jobs away, taking urban renewal, wiping out, bulldozing, as they have done in this city, whole African communities that had economies, that had owned gas stations and barbershops and grocery stores. You don't see African people having that anymore. And I think that the chairman stood up in the face of all of that when it was not popular, when it was crushed, because like the chairman said, that this war against African people that is going on inside this country and around the world every single day crushes also the ideas of the revolution. So it takes away the science and says there's no way out. This is the way the world is. And everybody is supposed to accept that. And we're supposed to accept it as normal when African people are killed for standing up, or even, as all of the statistics that make this colonial reality, that are symptoms of this colonial reality in our, what it's called here in St. Louis, the Delmar Avenue divide. On one side are gated mansions, and a block or so away is what we see, this conscious policy of the city of St. Louis as a representative of colonialism to starve the Black community. The sanctions, we talk about the sanctions to not let resources come into the African community. That's why if you're up here on the north side of St. Louis in particular, and these neighborhoods are 94, 95, 96% African and impoverished, that's why it looks like a war zone. That's why burnt out buildings, destroyed buildings, roads that are huge potholes. The schools are being taken away from these whole neighborhoods because the city of St. Louis is supposed to use property taxes to build the schools and pay for the schools. And in fact, the city is giving tax abatements to gentrifiers like Paul McKee and others who make billions of dollars literally off the gentrification and pushing out African people from the city. That basically that money is supposed to go to African schools. So African children and the African community is paying for Paul McKee's wealth. And that's what's happening. And that is the colonial mode of production that we have to see. And so I salute the chairman's courage and fighting for the science, keeping it out there at a huge personal price, It undaunted, going out there and fighting for what the chairman has said, that the African Revolution is the world revolution. There's always white people who are like, well, the African Revolution, well, what about the Native people? And like, well, what are you doing for but the point being that it is one colonial system, capitalism, that what we call capitalism today, or the colonial mode of production, was built through the assault on Africa, and it will be destroyed by the struggle for the liberation of Africa with all oppressed and colonized peoples in the world. And all of us who want to go there, And I think that, we have a lot of, I want to salute Comrade Jesse, by the way. That was a really powerful presentation. And the leadership that built this convention, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, really, really powerful, really, really salute your principled and just fighting stand. That is the party style of work, which is something that we have always learned. And what we have to do, our mandate as the African People Solidarity Committee formed in 1976 is to go into the white community to organize other white people, because we're not special. If we hear this, we're not special. We're just normal old regular colonizers. With all the interests of the colonizers, with our brains in the center, that we are the smartest, most clever, just most brilliant, all of these things. How do, that we have to go in and win other white people like ourselves. And this is what we see happening, that this is the future, and that we have to understand that the struggle is not against racism. It is against a political and economic system backed up by state power that can murder George Floyd and Mike Brown and Breonna Taylor with impunity every day, that this is backed up by the state, and the state has to be destroyed for African people to win. And that African people, when African people, first of all, are one people around the world, wherever they've been forcibly dispersed, in Brazil, the Caribbean, throughout the United States, even in Europe now, and of course, throughout Africa. This is colonialism, and African people have an identity, not a race. They are not a race. They are a nation. They are a nation. This is what the chairman has taught us. And the whole concept of a race is something to keep this system and white people in power, to keep white people in power, to keep us in the center. Oh, we have to unlearn our racism. Okay, that is demoralizing, because everything the chairman talked about, the superstructure. Yeah. The superstructure are the ideas, the institutions of colonialism. Yeah. We express that. The colonial mode of production means that everything that we have is from colonialism. There is no other way that things are produced. We have to realize that. It means there is no other way things are produced. We're taught America is so wonderful, except for the blight on America's soul, which is slavery and genocide. No, as the chairman had said, that is the DNA of America. That is what it is. There is no other way. We have a job. We're not on a feudal, plantation or whatever anymore, because we have a job now. We have property. We stole it. We killed for it. And that it is really important, and part of a key job of the solidarity movement is to keep in front of us all what we have done and what we continue to do, and what our lifestyle and expectations as white people in this world require for the rest of the world. We cannot forget what we did and what we do. And that the chairman says that for African people, freedom is illegal, and is struggling even thinking about it. Freedom, self-determination, self-government is illegal. That's why they assassinate African people who fight for that, who exercise it, or even talk about it. But for white people, as the colonizer, murder, rape, and plunder are fine. They're legal. This is what the system does. And for hundreds of years, we did it ourselves. We did it. The common white working person committed murder, terror, slaughtered. A white child could have the power of life and death over any African. That is in our legacy. They say that the trauma of the violence and genocide and terror and murder and rape that African people and indigenous people experience is actually passed down in their DNA, and that's scientific. It's actually passed down from generation to generation. So what is in our DNA? In our DNA. Our DNA is coming out with, you know, white people going into schools and malls and killing people and picking up a gun. That's what this country was built on. That's how it was created. That's the reality that we have to take responsibility for. And, you know, I was there in 1976 when the chairman formed the African People's Solidarity Committee in St. Petersburg, Florida. And I've never, how could I walk away? How could I leave that? Because what happened was the chairman gave the science and opened my eyes to begin to see the world as it really is. And this world is, wow. This world, we cannot walk away from what has to be done. We have to do this work. And we say that reparations is returning all the stolen wealth. And we have to do that because it belongs to African people, and this land belongs to the indigenous people, and Africa belongs to African people and all the resources that are there. But reparations is more than money. It is work. It is work. We have to work. We have to organize. We have to go out there and win this strategy. That is our job. We have to take it on. African people also worked for 500 years, stolen labor, everything, so that we could live. They lived. Their babies were for us to live. They couldn't reproduce life for their own selves. This is what we have to do. We have to work, comrades. We have a lot of work to do. And I want to say, you know, that we can't forget. I know a few years ago, some of us were coming back from an event in Huntsville, Alabama, where the party is APDEP, Dr. Aisha Fields, and so much great work going on of the party in Huntsville, Alabama. We were there for an event. And on the way back, we stopped in Montgomery, Alabama, where there is it's called a memorial to lynching. It's the first and only one that I know of like that. And it's incredible. It is very incredible. I just want to say, because there's no pictures, there's nothing like that. But it's in an outdoor field. It's in a field outside, and it has sort of like trellises, or as if you had a back door, a deck or something outside, like the kind of roof, but it's still outside. And hanging from the roof are hundreds and hundreds of concrete slabs. And the concrete slabs are for counties, not for states, for counties. And under each county of each state are listed hundreds of names. And as you walk through this, it's like walking through a forest of terror. This was carried out by us, by our ancestors. And they're just, I think the thing that struck me so deeply about it was the enormity that there is no place in this country where the blood has not been shed, that we have not done that. One time, Kitty and I, when Emerald, Kitty's daughter, was still a child, we were living in Oakland under the leadership of the party, and the Uhuru movement. And we got a little rental house for a couple of days in Clear Lake, California, which is about an hour and a half. It's a lake, and it was just a cheap rental. So we went there, and it's not far from the Bay Area. And that evening when we were in the grocery store, and I would never forget this, an older indigenous man, and I think he was with other people, And he came up to us when we were in the grocery cart, and he said, "We don't go in the water." And that's all he said. He said, "We don't go in the water," which we did not do. But only later did I learn that in that lake was an island, and around the lake there were white settlers in the 1800s who were actually enslaving and starving the Pomo people, the indigenous people there, 800 of them. And they had an uprising and they killed the 2 white settlers. And so they sought refuge in this island in the middle of that lake. And from here in St. Louis, because the Jefferson Barracks was the staging ground for the entire wars of genocide of indigenous people for this whole country, General Lyon led a force and they went to Clear Lake and they went to that island and they killed all of the indigenous men. They slaughtered them. And all of the women and older people and their women and their babies, they all jumped in the lake to drown because they were not going to live under these conditions. And I just think about, I mean, that's just 2 tiny examples, but this goes on today. Today, only we're one step separated because of the resistance of African people in this country. We can't openly lynch, but we can pay the police department and we can vote in all of these crime bills and everything else that have been fought for. So to me, when I first heard Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak, I knew that I wanted to be an unindicted co-conspirator, even though I didn't know that word, that I wanted to be on this side, that I wanted to fight for this world in which African people are free, in which indigenous people have their land back, in which the whole world is free of this vicious parasite sucking the blood and destroying their lives, and that system has to go. There can't be two ways. There can't be freedom for African people and the system of colonial mode of production, of US imperialism, whatever you want to call it. It has to go. And white people can't make it go because we all sit on the pedestal. If we win a white revolution, it's just changing the hands of the oppressor. We have to be under the leadership of the African, of the working class of the whole world, the proletariat. There's no white proletariat. Every white person aspires to carry out. I mean, I see these, you just see it. You see pictures of white working impoverished people and they have American flag all over. No, our leadership is the African working class, and it's the African working class organized in a disciplined, accountable, and politically unified organization that fights every day. And that the chairman and the African People's Socialist Party has and is changing the world, fought back this counterinsurgency that dominated for so long, exposed it, raised up again that the struggle is colonialism. And now we hear that everywhere, all over the world. People are talking about colonialism, and he fought for reparations. It was the goal in 1981, 82, before the first tribunal for reparations to African people was held by the party in Brooklyn, New York, that indicted the US government on international law, using it against it, and on the premise of the right of African people to have state power. Only they didn't have an army yet to carry out the verdict. And the panel found that African people were owed $4.1 trillion in 1982 for stolen labor alone, not counting trauma, all the things that you do win in court, If you are harmed, you are hurt, you almost make more for that than anything else. If you were burned by McDonald's spilling coffee on you, you get $1 million. What would African people be owed just for that? Not to mention, this is all over the world, and Africa, which all of our cell phones, everything is based on stealing those resources, the coltan, the lithium, the everything that they're going to, at the expense of African human beings and children, and child labor in Africa today. And African people, according to the World Bank, generally in the continent of Africa, live an average of $5.50 a day. How many billions and trillions are they making off the diamonds, the gold, the uranium, the oil, all of these, the coltan that is being taken out of the ground every single day on the continent of Africa? That belongs to African people. It's going back. The chairman is confident of independence in his lifetime. This is the inevitable course of history. African people will be free, and that is a world revolution in which all peoples will be free. The chairman has dedicated years to just the unity and solidarity of the indigenous people, the Mexican indigenous people, the Lakota-speaking indigenous people, the Palestinian people, the people of Venezuela, of Cuba. These are the comrades of this movement. And the chairman has stood that with the revolution, the Sandinista revolution of Nicaragua. It was as one. And the time in the 1970s in San Francisco, when they were organizing there. This is as one. It is one struggle. And African people must lead. And this is what we have to come down to. We have to understand that. Some people are saying, why is the African People's Socialist Party working with the right wing? Well, I want to say, the chairman said it. You can decide if you are going to kiss the right side of the butt or the left side of the butt. But I would say that the struggle of the party is against colonialism. All struggles among the colonizer are not the problem of the colonized. If somebody from anywhere comes to express solidarity, and I would just say, we'll answer. Didn't ask for Chairman Omali Yeshitela to be on a podcast. I would just say that, and that probably don't have time to read this, but the chairman has written volumes on the interventionism of what's called the white left. And that's not a blanket statement. I just want to say there are people who have taken a stand, but the overall politics and work of the white left has been to destroy the African revolution, to control it, to also carry out colonizer, to put sanctions on it, to starve it, to determine with resources that they can throw here and there what is going to be said, and to keep white people and white ideas in the leadership of that, so that if there is a white left revolution, as we said, it will keep colonialism intact, because that's going to be in the structure of it, and that can't happen. We have to remind you that it was the white Communist Party that worked with the FBI to attack the Garvey movement that fought for Africa, for Africans at home and abroad, and had a membership of 11 million African people around the world, and a national conference and convention in 1920 at Madison Square Garden in New York, with at least 50,000 African people from around the world, before internet, before airplanes, before email, when people had to come for months on boats and ships to come there. Africans came from around the world. The white left and the African petty bourgeoisie work together to crush that movement. Can we think even, remember, Chairman, when we read the diaries of Kwame Nkrumah, and he was saying, you know, what would the world have been had Garvey been successful? Africa would be free. That's what Kwame Nkrumah was fighting for. And this is what we have to see, that this is not about the white, this is not the camp of the white left. This is the leadership of the African revolution and the anti-colonial revolution, and everyone is invited to join that and to be in solidarity with that. But that is a central question. And if we have a revolution without the colonial question being in leadership, it is no revolution at all. And that what we're talking about is when Africa is free, this land will be free. Indigenous people from Alaska to the tip of Chile, all throughout the Caribbean, will have their land back. Palestinian people will have their land back, because this system has to be destroyed. That is an ambitious task, but it can happen when the theory of African internationalism grips the masses and it becomes a material force. And that's what the chairman has led, the war of ideas. We have to continue that, take it on, organize, work, raise money, and the party is winning. This is the winning side. So hands off Uhuru.
Hands off.
Vanguard up. Uhuru.
I don't know how day 2 is going to top all this, you guys. We're only just getting started on this 2023 USM Convention. So to those maybe just joining us online, thank you so much. You are in the right place. If what you're hearing resonates, you know, I have to share, there's a saying in the halls of Alcoholics Anonymous that says, you know, it's hard to go back out and with a belly full of beer and a head full of AA. And I can't help but see the parallels, right? I can't go back to back out into this colonial capitalist world after hearing all of the logic, you know, recognizing the truth and the history of the world, and adopt any of the propaganda that's out there, right? So one more round of applause for APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are approaching a break, but I want to take the time now to field any questions from folks in the audience, and we can invite back up our speakers to answer any of those questions. So we've got an audience microphone here. And if any folks online have questions, yeah, then I can ask them, and it's So does anybody have any questions here for the chairman or for Chairwoman Penny? Yes, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, come on up. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. First, I would like to thank the chairperson, Omali, and Penny, and all the other gang. And especially, I would like to appreciate my presence in this, you know, very hallowed space, the Alcohol Hall. I'm very honored to be here and being a part of this. Now, those of us who are a little bit more politically aware than others, you know, those of us who know our history, all that. It may seem like somewhat of an obvious question with somewhat of an obvious answer, but for clarity's sake, do you feel in any of your opinions that with the this modern day demonization of Russia specifically, and its parallels to in the past how China was demonized as such, and to be honest, still is. Do you feel like we are experiencing this form of neo-McCarthyism in a way? This demonization of these groups and the, I guess, by proxy demonization of this movement specifically, especially with the claims of Russian collusion.
Uhuru. First of all, I want to appreciate the question that was just raised. But I also want to suggest that the point that we've tried to make has been not understood by all. That I do believe that this era that you're addressing in terms of McCarthy and what have you, and it was cruel and vicious in terms of how it attacked some people. But the point I would raise to you is that African people always attack like that. You call it McCarthyism, you could call it Thomas Jeffersonism, or Kit Carsonism, or any of those other kinds of things. And that the struggle that you mentioned when you talk about McCarthy, and that some people say that we in this new era of McCarthyism, and we're saying we're in the old era of colonialism. Let me make a point, if I may. I have a deep and profound appreciation for the Russian Revolution of 1917, for the Chinese Revolution of 1949. They're not the same, by the way. And one thing I would say about the Russian Revolution that I think is not that well understood is that it happened 1917 at a time where the anti-colonial struggles of the people are raging all around the world. And the Russian Revolution, it happened during the First Imperialist World War. People like to call it World War I. And this was a war for what? It was to redivide the world. That means the colonies of the world. I mean, at the time Nicaragua was living under colonial domination and people were struggling there. People were even struggling, like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the first military area bombardment happened in this hemisphere, Tulsa, and then another one in Nicaragua around the same time frame. So the point that I would make is that the Russian Revolution occurred, and it happened in part because V.I. Lenin, the leadership of the Bolshevik Party, that pushed the Russian Revolution, that refused, that tried to win all of the European communists to opposition to participating in that war on the side of their governments, their countries, the bourgeoisie. He was the only one that did that, and which meant that it put him straight there in the company of revolutionary forces happening all around the world, not just in Russia. Russia was attacked, and this is a really important point. We'll say something about this later on today. Russia was attacked first time in 1918, right after the Russian Revolution. All the colonial powers in the world, including Japan and the United States, invaded Russia. And it had been fighting since that time. But Russia itself became a critical force because Lenin refused to join with the other predatory colonial powers and reinviting the colonies of the world. It was colonialism that thrust the Russian Revolution into significance. And so that's been the struggle like all along. And so I'm not saying when we talk about colonialism and that's the major thing, and when we say that the question is not a kind of gentler colonialism, whether it's the right-wing colonialism or the left-wing colonialism, 1907, the communists of the world, Europeans, met in Stuttgart, Germany, the third international communist movement. And a question, and this was all of them, there was something like 900 people inside the conference, and I think maybe as many as 60,000 outside in the outdoor arena that they had. And the question that was debated inside that Congress was whether or not there should be a socialist colonialism. And that won. That debate won among the most progressive white people on earth at that time, organized into the Communist International. And they voted that there had to be socialist colonialism. Just can't get rid of colonialism, because if you get rid of colonialism, how are we gonna live? This was, I can give you the documents where you can actually read this discussion and debate that was happening in this international. This is Stuttgart, Germany, 1907. These are not just hillbillies down south in Alabama or something like that. These are the most erudite theoreticians, leaders of the progressive European world. So my point is that it has always been the question, whether it has been acknowledged or not, the colonial question. This is the foundation for everything. And even the debate that happened among Europeans or white people, if you will, at any given time happened on that foundation of colonialism. There was nothing about the McCarthy era. There was no struggle about whether Black people should be free, whether the indigenous people should be free, whether Mexico should get back the half of the country that was stolen in 1848. None of that was on the agenda. It was about white people. It was a debate among colonizers, and people characterized it as communism versus this and that. But it was a colonial question that was there that didn't get spoken to, like it never gets spoken to unless I bring it up. That was facetious. I think that's what you characterize it. Let's stop messing these big words and stuff, you know. So I hope that was helpful. Yeah, because we're not unsympathetic. I mean, Cabral, Amilcar Cabral, he led the revolutionary movement in Guinea-Bissau, and he was assassinated. And he talked about how he was an extraordinary intellectual, by the way. I disagree with him on some things, but he talked about how the Portuguese, because Guinea-Bissau, like Angola, Mozambique, they call Portugal tiny. Portugal claimed ownership of those territories, and you had a communist movement in Portugal, and the communists were arguing that if the struggle of the colonized people should be against fascism in Portugal. So that's what your struggle should be about. He said, if you get rid of fascism, you'll get rid of colonialism. And Cabral said, I don't know about that, but I tell you this. And he said, we're sympathetic to people struggling against fascism. But I tell you this, if you destroy colonialism, you will destroy fascism. Because fascism is a form of the state that rests upon a foundation of colonialism. And guess what? The successful struggle against Portuguese colonialism destroyed fascism in Portugal. Yeah. Uhuru. Yeah. And one of the things that we're dealing with right now, I'm reminded, is the fact that much of the world lives in a situation where the colonizer is like the subject of history, and the colonized are objects of history. So everything that we have come to understand, I learned to read. I'm reading Look, Jane, Look, Throw the Ball, White People, et cetera, et cetera. I grow up reading Christmas Carol and Poor, what's the thing, Cratchit, who is the Tiny Tim and all of those other folk. I'm crying copious tears. I learned how to cry, reading about Tiny Tim. But I don't read anything learning how to cry about Black people. I'm taught, because we are not subjects of history. The subjects of history are Europeans, white people. They write the history. They control and determine what's going to be in the history. That's why DeSantis is in motion to make sure that we don't get a good grip on this understanding. So when we have these discussions, often, and I've been in this place as a younger person, when somebody comes up and tells me that the Black man this and the white people this, et cetera, I don't even believe science when I hear it from them, because the white man didn't say it. And if the white man didn't say it, it can't be true. Something must be wrong with what you just said. I don't have the evidence, but I know something must be wrong, because we have been objects of history ourselves. And because the superstructure teaches me from the perspective of the oppressor and not of the oppressed, right? Because if it taught me from the perspective of the oppressed, then I'd be trying to destroy the system of oppression. It helps to accommodate the system of oppression by teaching me. There's so many examples. I'm not going to mess with you, but one thing I will say is this that I think is really important, because we make the point that we're not talking about racism, we're talking about colonialism. And the way we learn history under colonial mode of production is a very subjective way. It's personal. You know, like when the white people stole this land, this territory from the indigenous people, and they wrote documents declaring that it was theirs, they call it a Declaration of Independence, right? Independence, right? But when I engaged in a struggle for the freedom of Black people, they called me a separatist. They didn't call what the white people did a declaration of separation, right? It's a subjective thing. So I'm a separatist, which is a statement to white people, they don't like you, they don't want to be with you. I don't give a damn about you. What I'm struggling for is the liberation of African people and the people on this planet. And so I try to achieve a scientific explanation, understanding of it that's independent of your consciousness. Independent of what you think about it, this is the reality. What is subjective is what's in your brain. What is objective is what's in the world. And you're in pretty good shape if what's in your brain coincides more or less with what's in the world. But when what's in your brain does not coincide with what's in the world, it's like ordering straitjackets. Ain't that right? So that's the struggle that we're looking for, to help people repossess their brains from a social system that would teach you something else, you know, right? So thank you for that question. It's like, you know, we go to this question, well, you're talking about Africa. Well, ain't no, Africa is a continent. It ain't no country. Well, who said it? The same people who said Europe is a continent. Look at the damn map. And how the hell does Europe get to be a continent? It's an extension at best of Asia. You understand? But you look at it. Look at it. So the same people who decided Europe is a continent have said that Africa can't be a country. It's our country. It's a continental country. It's a continental-wide country of Black people primarily, but others as well. You understand what I'm saying? They control the definition. That's the superstructure we're looking at. That's why for as long as you were aware, you see this map of Africa, this little tiny squash kind of thing like that. And then you see this huge America on this map, right? And then when you find out what it really looks like, America could fit into Africa several times. It could fit into the Sahara Desert. You know, this is what we're talking. The colonizers define and shapes your perception of the world and give white people, Europeans, this oversized sense of significance. It's oversized. And so you're quite disappointed when other people don't think the way you think. And as soon as you move the gun out of their heads, right? Take the gun out of their heads and you'll get an opportunity to hear what people actually think about you. So now that people are breaking free and they don't have the same opinion, they think something different from you, the FBI will bomb the houses and then say the Russians told them to say that and convince you that something is wrong with them because they say something wrong with you. Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the way it is in the real world. So we want science. We want to come as close as we can to really understanding how this world works, not how we want it. Every aspiration, every dream of happiness, every good thing that white people want in the world requires bombing my house, requires the tax that they're making on Africa, start stealing all those resources and everything else. Every dream of happiness, everything that you want for your child requires that for success. That's where it came from. That's where it comes from. And that's why it's so easy to convince white people that something must be wrong with them. Dirty Arabs got all the damn oil and won't let us get it. You understand? Got all these other resources because everything that you aspire for yourself, for your children, for your future requires no future for the rest of the world. You see. Yeah, that's what it is. And I'm not saying this as somebody, as some kind of anti-white tirade. I have some anti-settler, I have some anti-neo-colonial tirades. I can tell you stuff about Barack Hussein Obama that would make your skin crawl. or the local Black politicians, or these other people who conspire and work with them to keep us oppressed and living under the worst kind of circumstance. People who are supposed to be in government, who are supposed to have position of power and can't say a single word in terms of free my people. Just see a single Black politician say, feed, clothe, and house my people. One, just get one to say that. They never say it. They say what the colonizer requires for them to say. That's the system. That's the colonial mode of production. So they would rather, and you can find this, you're gonna be able to walk, see what we're doing here and see St. Louis. I think it's really important, especially North St. Louis. Because you see all these pictures of the poor Ukrainians, bombed down cities. And then they'll tell a story about a little Ukrainian child who was harmed by dirty Russian stuff. And it took bombs and drone strikes to make citizens Ukraine look like that. I want you to drive through North St. Louis, where there have not been these obvious bomb strikes or anything like that, but that's how our communities live. And guess what? There are white people who live here. And they will see that stuff in Ukraine and see that there's no difference in what they see in Ukraine and what is here, but they cannot make the connection. There's no relationship between the poverty that we experience as a people and the enslavement that has been imposed on us and everything stolen from us. Hell, so DeSantis and the rest of them work together. And I just want to finally say this. I said finally 2 times already. That's the Baptist preacher in me. Not really. Call me anything. But well, just let me move. And because the comrade there has held up a sign saying that get down from there right away. So, thank you, comrade. So,
right. Perfect. Are there any other questions in the audience or? Yeah. All right. I think we will then go to break here. So use the restroom, grab some food, grab some drinks, and we'll meet back here in about 15 minutes. Uhuru. And get started again. Folks can find their seat. Well, thank you. Hope everybody got to stretch your legs, get some refreshments, come to eat, use the restroom. Started with the second half of our presentation. Get some swag from a blue planet. I can't believe I haven't plugged for reality.
They've been going there anyway.
They're now going to hear from the architect of the Black Power Blueprint.
Right.
On the ground, African liberation, you've heard her name already several times. Deputy Chair Zene Yeshitela.
Uhuru. I just really want to appreciate being invited to this historic convention at USM. And I just really appreciate this opportunity to take the time to speak on this important platform. Next slide. I will be speaking on the history of Black Star Industries and what dual and contending power represents, and that we cannot allow the FBI to divert funds, not 1 cent to be diverted to build economic development. I want to recognize my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who for over 60 years have dedicated his life to overturning the system so Africa and African people can be free in his lifetime, and whose leadership continue to stand the test of time. And I want to just say that the chairman is the most complete person I know. I don't know any other person more complete than the chairman. Uhuru. Next slide. I would like to also recognize the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party Central Committee. Next slide. I want to salute Comrade APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess. Under the leadership of the chairman and the party, Penny has spearheaded and improvised the principal stand of solidarity through reparations from the white community to the African Revolution. I want to salute Comrade Nevel, Chair of Uhuru Solidarity Movement, who has expanded membership to 141 cities. Incredible. Uhuru Jesse. Finally, I want to give a big uhuru to all the USM members, all the people who are joining this historic convention to come be a part of building USM membership today. Uhuru. So as I stated, I was asked to speak on the history of Black Star Industries, known to a lot of us as BSI. Before I go there, I must take you back decades to 1972, when the chairman and organizers formed the African People's Socialist Party. They understood that economic self-reliance and self-determination were a necessity to carrying out the goals of liberation struggle. The campaigns and program of APSP has also had to be funded, and this required winning the masses of African people to take our collective future into our own hands, and to call on white people to donate as a stand of reparation in unity with the return of all of the stolen resources. Next slide. The party's Black Star Industry is the 21st century Garveyism. Marcus Garvey built the United Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA, that boosted millions of members around the world in the 1920s. With the slogan, African for Africans, those at home and abroad, the UNIA created the visionary Black Star Industries steamship line, along with hundreds of African-owned businesses, ranging from laundromats to recording studios. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has developed and carried the Garvey's legacy by creating the theory of African internationalism and by building many large, successful, self-reliant economic institutions. Like Garvey's, these institutions are about self-determination and building a foundation for an independent Africa and African economy. Since the beginning of the party's existence, the party has always worked to develop an independent African economy. In the 1970s, the APSP did constant fish fries, car washes, donation campaigns, owned a Black commercial newspaper, and opened a bookstore, recorded store, and a restaurant. The mission of BSI is building economic development and commerce for and between African people worldwide. Here are the current BSI entities All of these can be recreated in whatever city in the world that we're located. First, we have the donors, the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign, which is donors to the Black Star Industries are tied to the quest for economic and political justice, unity and liberation for African people here in Africa and wherever we have been dispersed throughout the world. We have Uhuru Foods and Pies, who is poised for explosive development internationally to benefit African people for liberation and self-government. The Burning Spear Media, including Uhuru News, Uhuru Radio, and the Burning Spear newspaper, an independent media from African internationalist working class perspective, and Uhuru Publication, publishing and distributing books of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and other authors. The One Africa, One Nation marketplaces is creating commerce for and between African people worldwide with local and online marketplaces. Uhuru Planet Apparel, creating, producing, and distributing apparel with the means of productions in our hands. BSI extended Uhuru Planet to APSC for economic development. Decolonize, a Black Star Industry economic development project for the African National Women's Organization, AMWO. Uzi Custom Apparel, another BSI economic development project for the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. This is what the FBI is attacking. The parties work to build African self-reliance and economic development programs and institutions are part of the strategy for dual and contending power with the bourgeoisie white state. Dual and contending power occurs when the revolutionary movement has gained territory, begins to build its own liberated state power, and the people begin to be self-governing. The US and its allies have always used financial attacks, sanctions, and control of money to attempt to destroy and control revolutionary movements and anti-colonial forces, struggling for self-determination and freedom. They have looted national treasuries, seized and frozen assets. Countries are forced to use colonizer currency to deposit national treasuries in the colonizer country, which then they charge high interest rates for banking. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, was set up in 1944 to further US NATO interests to exploit colonized nations and create financial dependency. The US has recently created new laws for financial institutions, such as the US Patriot Act, Know Your Customer regulations that interrogate businesses and organizations on their practices and often require private information to maintain an open bank account. On the day of the FBI raided the 7 of our institutions and homes here in St. Louis and St. Petersburg, I was sitting at the dining room table with Chairman getting ready for our day. We both were excited that 14 African women from St. Louis were starting our 3-day training programs to become doulas right here at the Uhuru House, right here where you're sitting today. Providing this free training meant so much to our community to stop our babies and mothers from dying. Let's be clear, this has nothing to do with Russia. This is exactly how they destroyed Garvey and the Black Liberation Movement of the 1960s. They do not want the Women's Health Center. They do not want the Black Power Vanguard basketball court. They do not want the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. They do not want the One Africa, One Nation farmers market. They do not want the Gary Brooks Community Garden. They do not want Uhuru Foods Bakery and Cafe. They do not want the Uhuru House and Aquaba Hall, and the list goes on and on. As you can see, the US government has imposed economic sanctions on the Uhuru movement. Economic sanctions can be used as a cohesive measure for achieving particular policies, goals related to trade for humanitarian violations. Economic sanctions are used as an alternative weapon instead of going to war to achieve their outcomes. They want to force us back to the mattresses. They're closing off all of our ability to utilize the banks and government monies that are supposed to go to our community to advance investments that benefit our community. They burned the church directly across the street from our home on Redbud. We were in contract to secure this building to expand our community programs. While there is no evidence of arson, no investigation is ongoing. Can we show the video? That's my car right there, the white car. This is right in front of our home. Next slide. Thank you. They stopped APDF Facebook birthday fundraisers that people did from all over the country to support the Black Power Blueprint programs. For more than a week last month, the credit card processing company Stripe rejected sustainers' pledges to the Africans 1 Billion Strong donor campaign, saying that an individual owned their account instead of our organization. This was in spite of nearly relentless work from our administrator to get them to put the appropriate information into the system. This is clearly an attempt to discourage our donors, waste precious time, delay urgent needs for funds, and even cut off those funds. GoFundMe held over $9,000 of contributions made to the Hands Off Uhuru campaign for more than 3 months. They refused to release these funds donated by the supporters in our name with no explanation. The funds were finally released when the attorneys got involved. Our nonprofit APDF received an email directly to me, the president, last week from Regions Bank stating they wanted to discuss this relationship. The person who sent this email did it in the most unprofessional way, as you can see, using only part of my name, not identifying himself, his title, or clear business information. After I responded stating I was not clear who this was and what relationship is he speaking of, he responded the following. Ona, I'm the new officer assigned to the African People's Education and Defense Fund relationship, as well as Uhuru Foods and Pies, LLC. I believe the previous officer, Denise Carney, has communicated that relationship and would be transitioning it to me. We are reviewing the mature loan for APDF ending in 0193 for an extension. I'd like to take some time to discuss this further with you. Is there a day and time this week or next week that works best for you? Regards. So this is the African that is now in charge of APDF accounts. His name is Chendry. He's the vice president of special assets for the Regions Bank. Next slide. In the same phone conversation with Mrs. Childry, he said that they will not renew the mortgage loan for Uhuru G-Co building in St. Louis. Our biggest project is the Uhuru G-Co Bakery and Cafe and Commercial Kitchen, where the Black Power Blueprint is fighting mass incarceration. We purchased this building from a private owner in October of 2017. This will be the national headquarters for Uhuru Foods and Pies, and also our cafe and bakery where we will bake all of our products. We have completed the architectural plans and bakery design developed by local African designer Dwayne Thompson and international baker Michael Suez. So this project that we're embarking on is a 1.2 million project total. The internal demolition was begun on June 13th of 2022, and we completed that demolition in August of 2022. This would include the Africans Independent Workforce Program, where we would train African men and women coming out of the colonial prison system under the slogan, "Our labor, our future." They will be trained in food production and catering industry to become their own bosses. The chairman has always had a vision for the party and the African working class, controlling the means of production. In 1979, he visited a co-op food warehouse in Oregon and declared, "Someday this will be ours." And that day is here. Uhuru. They are also demanding that we pay nearly $70,000 balance on a loan by April, which is next month. This is not common practice. We have invested $150K, and we are not going to let them take this away. We have a 20+ year history with Regions Bank. We have a stellar credit, depositing hundreds of thousands of dollars with Regions, and over the years paying off several mortgages and credit lines on time or early. Then they said that Regions will be exiting the relationship by closing down all of our accounts, including our line of credit on which we owe nothing. We use this credit capacity to keep projects moving forward and take advantage of the investment opportunities. They refuse to provide a reason for exiting this relationship, citing their right to do so at this time. They also said that we would be contacting Uhuru, not specifying which entity they were referring to. We expect that they will demand full payoff of the $187,000 mortgage loan in the name of Black Star Industries and Uhuru Foods for the Uhuru Solidarity Center. We are not in violation of our existing mortgage contract for this property, which is scheduled to be paid off in 2036. In addition, APSC and several other movement entities have checking accounts in Regions as well. Next attack is the Pinellas County Commission. They revoked a grant for nearly $37,000 from Black Power 96. These funds came from the federal government to support capital development in communities like ours affected by COVID. We have already won this grant, and APDL was ranked 4th highest of 55 applications submitted for these funds. These funds will enhance the ability of Black Power 96 to provide emergency services to our impoverished community in the south side of St. Petersburg and make the studio equipment accessible to our blind station manager, DJ Eddie. Black Power 96 is in the process of the second grant from these funds and is fighting to move forward to get the generator from St. Petersburg Uhuru House. The Pinellas County Commission has indicated that they will pull this grant from funding even if the foundation managing the grant approves it. And the foundation from that grant approved it. So now we're waiting to see if the commission is going to pull this grant. We have waged a counteroffensive to defend the economic institutions. It is the FBI, the state, that controls everything and set the terms of what is considered law. They do not want political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. They do not want money circulating in the Black community so we can assume the power to control our future. They want us to be dependent, as they do all colonized people of the world whose labor and resources fill their pockets and create wealth for their families and communities. The mantra coming out from the chairman is in this period is to seize, hold, and develop. BSI will overturn the legacy and verdict of the colonial mode of production. Through the leadership of the African working class ourselves, we are changing our condition, changing the relationship between peoples, and thereby changing the world. Our economic work is revolutionary work. BSI believes that not one child should go hungry, not one family shall be homeless, not one youth shall be without a positive future, not one elder shall be disrespected and alone, not one African shall be thrown into prison by a system that makes money from his or her incarceration. The African liberation struggle will be redeemed in this period, in this history, through this counteroffensive. This fight right here, we are not retreating, we are building. It is in the interest of white people to join this movement for reparations, to erode the colonial mode of production, creating a world in which all humanity works and shares one small planet together, no one at the expense of others. This is the only basis for the end of war and violence and the healing of this planet and all of its inhabitants. Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru. Uhuru.
That's right. All right. Uhuru, one more round of applause, please, for Deputy Chair Zene Yeshitela. Who now has a better understanding of what we mean by dual and contending power? Yeah, right? Yep, exactly. So we've spoken a lot. We've heard speakers talk about this idea of dual and contending power and reparations and how we can be co-conspirators. But what does that look like practically in, our everyday lives as white people? How do we overturn this colonial mode of production and this parasitic capitalist colonial system? And I want to bring now to the stage a couple of our strongest Uhuru Solidarity Movement members to tell us exactly how we can do that, what we can do on the ground every single day to stand in genuine solidarity with African liberation. So please join me in welcoming Amanda Carlozzi, Vice Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, as well as Leah Fifield from Minneapolis.
Uhuru. 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 We're going to pull up this PowerPoint here and just want to start by really appreciating Deputy Chair. That is just amazing. Just an amazing presentation. And, what we're here to say now is that the FBI cannot stop African self-determination. Deputy Chair said that this is the counteroffensive, this economic work. And what we can do today is participate in that. We have the opportunity to pay reparations to these economic development programs so that the party can continue to do the incredible, transformative work of creating a new social system where no one lives at the expense of anybody else.
Uhuru, absolutely. That is what we are here for today, is the transformation into a different social system where nobody lives their life at the expense of anyone else. So what we are doing, next slide, is raising $20,000 today in reparations. And that is just a small drop in the bucket. And this is something that we can do. The world's wealth is hoarded in the white community. So we need to step up and take responsibility and pay reparations. This is how we help to overturn the social system. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And I'm going to call on our basket passers to go ahead and grab those pledge cards and start passing them out to everybody in the room. It's going to look, if you go to the next slide, like this. And we just ask that if you're here in the room with us, fill it out fully and entirely. If you did not get a pen when you first came in, they have those in the baskets as well. We just want to make sure we get all of your information so we can thank you. And if you are online, you can either go directly to uhurusolidarity.org and click the big red button that says pay reparations, or you can let us know in the chat, any platform that you are watching on.
Absolutely. So make sure to go to uhurusolidarity.org and click on that pay reparations, or fill out your pledge card if you're in the room. Let's go to the next slide.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. We want to start out, of course, with appreciating and truly thanking our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Zene Yeshitela, the leaders of this movement, the architect of the Black Power Blueprint. So we, with sincere thanks, want to present to you a framed print of Marcus Garvey. Uhuru.
Do we do something now? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This was a psychiatrist said that I was a problem. Yeah, thank you so much. This is
Thank you.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Yes.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. We can go to the next slide. All right, Uhuru. And then next we want to appreciate the membership of the African People's Socialist Party who traveled here to participate in this program. Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anai. She can come on up. And what we are gifting you is this handmade journal made by Wendy Craig out in San Diego, California, as well as a button that says hands off Chairwoman Yeshitela, and it should be in the bag already, actually. Yeah, and a sticker as well with the same design, and you'll get those as well. And then we also want to appreciate Chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign, Moise Odom. If you are not in the room right this second, we will definitely get your gift to you because we just really appreciate your work in that counteroffensive work.
Uhuru, next.
Part of the counteroffensive in terms of membership of the party, Black Mountain. Yes.
I agree with that. Chairman was saluting Life Malcolm, who is a member of the African People's Socialist Party and is here with us today and also traveled. And he is the lawyer for Director Akile. So if you can actually grab the one that's like not like that, but the handmade one. And we can present that to you as well. Yeah.
Uhuru. Next slide. And of course, we want to salute the leadership of the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Chairwoman Penny Hess and Chair Jesse Nevel. We are also going to be presenting you with these beautiful handmade journals featuring this gorgeous picture of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru, thank you so much for your continued leadership and your stance of solidarity. That is an example to all of us.
So today we are raising $20,000 in resources for Black Star Industries. One of the things that we heard from Deputy Chair's presentation is that Regions Bank is demanding that they pay $70,000 next month, not common practice, another form of an attack against the party, forcing them to use resources in a way that the colonizer deems fit so that they cannot be used for the African Women's Health Center, which is one of the main programs. So $20,000 today is a drop in the bucket just of what is needed, and it's also a drop in the bucket of what is owed to African people. Chairman Penny mentioned $14.2 trillion is what is owed to African people for labor alone from slavery. That does not include the ongoing oppression of African people, the police murders that African people face in this country, the death rate of African women in childbirth, the rate of African children that die within the first year of life. All of that are the reasons why we owe reparations. So this is totally doable, and I have full confidence that we can do this today.
Absolutely, and we are going to do this today because we are part of the unindicted co-conspirators. We stand in solidarity. Yes. So first, we do want to thank the people who have stepped up and made this commitment by being some of our largest supporters this last year in 2022. So really want to appreciate and acknowledge and thank Janice, Allie, Lottie, and Angelica for contributing over $5,000 last year to this movement. Thank you so much.
And we also want to appreciate those of you who have given over $2,500 in 2022, and that is Izzy, Leah, Helen, and Nick.
And then lastly, we do also want to appreciate all of the people that contributed over $1,000. Erica, Chair Jesse, Rashada, Ron, and Vice Chair Amanda.
So next up, we want to appreciate, there are so many of you that we cannot name them all today, but if you are a sustainer of USM or a member of USM, you are part of the counteroffensive. You are part of this fight back against the brutal system that is oppressing African people. And we so very much appreciate all of you. And for those of you that are in the room with us today, we do want to invite you to come up and get just the sticker of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. It says hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela, hands off Uhuru.org. So everyone is welcome to come on up. Don't be shy. Everyone. Every single person. There you go.
Yeah.
FoFeet first. Thank
All
you.
right, FoFeet. Yes.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And while that is happening, we do also want to acknowledge that many of you that are here today or watching online at home have contributed very, very generously to the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. So far, that campaign has raised over $160,000. So that would not have been possible without your supports. So we really acknowledge you for that as well. And, you know, just appreciate that there are a lot of different facets and a lot of different ways that people contribute to the Uhuru movement, and they are all very significant in this fight back.
Absolutely. So just to lay
Go to the
out
next slide.
today, some of the give backs that we have for you when you contribute and when you pay reparations today. For anyone who contributes over $5,000, you will be gifted with a personalized journal. For anyone who contributes over $1,000, you are going to get an advanced copy that is signed by the chairman of Reparations Now, which is really, I mean, oh my goodness, I can't wait for this to come out, this book. Anyone who contributes over $250 is going to get a hands-off Chairman Omali Yeshitela button. And then any amount, you receive that sticker, the hands-off Chairman Omali Yeshitela sticker. Uhuru.
Uhuru. You can go to the next slide. So, Uhuru. So the US government is threatened by the African Revolution because the existence of the US government and the colonial state relies on the colonial mode of production and the oppression and exploitation of African people to exist. So when we pay reparations, we are negating that colonial mode of production and instead putting the resources into the African-led, liberated, anti-colonial economy. So that's what we want to do today. So again, fill out those pledge cards and you can go to uhurusolidarity.org to contribute any amount that you can.
Uhuru. Yes, and I just want to say that, you know, contributing and putting our resources into the liberated economy is something that is so hopeful for us to participate in as white people. You know, I don't want to be contributing to the colonial mode of production. I don't want to be contributing to the oppression economy. I want to be investing my resources in a system that is going to ensure that nobody is living their life at the expense of anyone else. So this is our opportunity to do this. This is our opportunity to stand in material solidarity. And that means going to uhurusolidarity.org and clicking on pay reparations, making this stand, making this, you know, real important stance today. So the goal of the government is not only to have a legal battle, it is also to have a comprehensive strategy to drain all of the resources from this movement and suffocate the momentum and force the self-determination work to stop. They want this work to end. And we are here to say that is not going to happen today. We are stepping up. Any kind of attack that happens on this movement, we are going to respond with an equal stance of solidarity. We're going to say this is not happening. So go to uhurusolidarity.org.
Go to the next slide here. So I'll go through these quickly. You know, we heard about the attacks. The need to raise funds that normally would go to the, you know, African Women's Health Center or the Uhuru Jiko Kitchen and Cafe, which itself would be an economic institution, now because of the attacks by the FBI are being used to fund the legal defense and the, you know, the counteroffensive legal strategy. So another, you know, diversion away from the mission of the Uhuru movement. You can go to the next slide. And we heard, you know, from Deputy Chair already about Regions Bank, another attack against the Uhuru movement. So you can go to the next slide.
That's right. So this convention is part of the counteroffensive where we're raising $20,000 directly for the party, directly for Black Star Industries, so that they can continue their self-determination programs and the government will not succeed in silencing this movement. The FBI can't stop African self-determination.
Uhuru.
Every attack they make, we're standing up and saying, no, we won't stand for this. Uhuru.
Uhuru. You can go to the next slide again. So contribute today. I do want to start by acknowledging the contributions that are already coming in. And while I'm doing that, if you want to share why you are paying reparations today, I do encourage people to come to the mic to say what you are giving and why you are giving that. So I want to salute, huge salute. We mentioned her earlier, Lottie, who this year for this convention has already given $2,500. And I am going to jump off and say that I am going to contribute $500 because I see in this movement a positive future, and I want to be a part of that. I want to contribute anything I can to that future. So I will do $500 today.
Yeah, and I would like to read a couple of more contributions that have come in. We do have Wendy Craig giving $250. Thank you so much, Wendy. And also Carrie Porter contributing $60 today. Uhuru. Yes.
Uhuru. And Jackson Hollingsworth doing 50. Thank you, Jackson. Bree is doing 10.
Uhuru.
Ember Crow did 25 twice, so 50 total. Really appreciate that. And yeah, I think we can go to the next slide.
Did we do that one?
And if you are here today and you are not yet a member of USM, or if you are watching online and are not yet a member of USM, that is one of the ways that you can pay reparations. These are some of the levels that you can join at. This first one is the Omali Yeshitela level for $25,000 a year. You do not have to do this all at once, although you can. It's $2,084 a month, and that would exceed our goal if that were to happen. So if anyone in here is able to join at the Chairwoman Omali Yeshitela level, you can speak now.
All right. Well, I want to say that I have been so inspired and moved by this convention today, and I can't wait for tomorrow as well. It's going to be really exciting with the tour, but I want to show my material solidarity by contributing $1,000 today. So I know $1,000, you know, that's an amount of money. And I think that there are other people out there that can do that amount as well. This is the time for us to invest in an alternate structure, an alternate economy that is actually liberated, and it is led by the African working class. So let's do this. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And I also want to appreciate Johan Bedingfield, who is going to be doing $250 today. Johan traveled here with Melissa from St. Petersburg, Florida, and Melissa is doing $25 today. So
Uhuru. All right, so let's look at some of the other sustainer levels. We have the Kwame Nkrumah sustainer level, which is $417 a month, or $5,004 a year. Uhuru. Next slide. We also have Harriet Tubman at $167 a month, or $2,004 a year, and also Ella Baker at $100 a month, or $1,200 a year.
Uhuru. So I want to pause there. I want to see if there's anyone that wants to match Leah at $1,000. If 20 people gave $1,000 today, we would reach our goal. So if there's anyone that wants to give 1,000, and I know we have people monitoring the chat as well, so we will be looking to see if people are commenting that. So we will be looking out for that. But anybody in the room that wants to give 1,000, you can raise your hands.
Woohoo!
How many? 2,000?
2,000.
All right. Angelica. That's amazing. Uhuru, Angelica, we really appreciate that. Angelica is one of the people that has often contributed just so much to the Uhuru movement, you know, financially and just in the actual work that she does on a day-to-day basis. So we really appreciate you, Angelica. Thank you so much. Do you want to keep reading some?
Yeah, so we also have some more contributions coming in. So Sean Nevel has contributed $25. Ooh, Sean. Thank you so much. We have Wendy Snyder, who has contributed $60 today. Ooh, thank you, Wendy. And Penny Hess, Chairwoman Penny, has contributed $500. Ooh, yes, amazing.
And we have Deputy Chair and Chairman who are contributing $500 as well. So we're going to finish reading through these and then we're going to give you a total. So we have Christina Matthew. Where are you? Matthew. Okay. Thank you. Who is giving $100. And Christina and Chris joined on Thursday at Chairwoman Penny's event. So thank you so much for coming. And we have Kitty Riley, who is doing $250. Thank you, Kitty. Lisa Watson, who is doing $500. Paul Kessler, who is doing $150. And if you are here today, you might have received a phone call from Paul. So thank you, Paul, for your amazing phone banking work that you did.
Amazing phone banker.
True. And we have John McCarthy doing $50. And Life Malcolm became a $10 a month member. That's $120 total. So and then we have Bob and Barb Suburi, who is doing $500. And Ann Myers, who became a $25 general member. So before any more get typed, I just want to announce that we have raised $9,500 and have $10,500 left to raise. So we are halfway there.
All right,
so we can do this.
Keep it going. You can absolutely do that.
Keep it going. And again, don't be afraid to come to the mic and say why you want to contribute. You can be the first one. I think it'll be very inspiring to anybody else that wants to speak.
Absolutely. So let's go to the next slide. We do have some other sustainer members. Oh,
here we go.
Okay, I donated because the work that the party is doing is literally saving lives. And because Joe Biden's Department of Justice doesn't want me to donate.
And that is John, and I believe John traveled from Chicago. Is that right to be here? So right on, John.
John.
Thank you for being brave and coming up first.
Yes. So we have a couple of other sustainer levels for anybody that wants to make an ongoing contribution to this anti-colonial work. We have the Marcus Garvey level, which is $60 a month. The Fannie Lou Hamer level, which is $40 a month. And the Malcolm X level, which is $30 a month. Next slide. And then just to round off our sustainership levels, Katura Carey at $25 a month, Queen Nzinga at $20 a month, Huey P. Newton at $15 a month, Che Guevara at $10 a month, and Steve Biko at $5 a month. So whatever you are able to financially contribute, however you can be paying reparations, there is a level for you. Uhuru.
We can go to the next slide. And of course, you can become a general member at either $25 for the year, or if you are on a fixed income or a student, $10 a year. And that is just one way that you can get involved and show that you are a supporter of this organization, a supporter of reparations, and want to see a world free from oppression. You can go to the next slide again.
All right, so if you have not already, please go to uhurusolidarity.org and click on Pay Reparations. And I just want to share, one of the things that the chairman said earlier that really touched me is that, the fact that every dream and aspiration for me as a white person, every dream and aspiration for the stepson who I helped to parent, every dream and aspiration for my nieces and nephews and my entire white family, that requires the immiseration of African and indigenous and colonized peoples. And I can't stand for that. I'm not okay. That's not okay. So That is why I'm contributing today. I'm sorry that I'm getting emotional about it. And that's why, you know, if this touches you the way that it touches me, please contribute, figure out what sustainership level you can do, or make a one-time payment and do it. This is the future for all of us. It's a real opportunity.
And Leah, some people were very inspired by your words, and that includes Raya, who is giving $100 today. We have Ann Leslie giving $200. And Chelsea Welch, who is giving $100. And these are some of the people watching online. So Uhuru. Here we go.
Uhuru, Johan is coming up.
And swear that it's so important that, you know, when people are taking the reparations and the Afro liberation, it is our legacy of attacking Afro people. Even before the FBI, you know, we were the ones that, you know, burned down Tulsa, the roads. We have a history of Austin, the type of people stealing your interest. Every time you're very clear your resources, in economic development, we burn down and stole after resources. And this is our history. And we have to take responsibility because we are responsible and on the whole planet to bring of excuses. And we have to take responsibility for this lesson. After people have to be free, that children among Yeshitela have to be defended and attacked. This is literally the survival and what the African Revolution is literally is going to shape the human family from death. But it's the protector of life. We have called death. It's just I think here is instead of this, it's like a nuclear bomb has been dropped off right here in St.
Yes.
And the Kingston is like dropping bombs on African communities. It's the warns of the Black Power movement is doing for all humanity. And this has to be, we have to recruit more white people. We have to take this as, we have to meet our goal in 20,000 and beyond that and drop in the bucket. So I really myself with this USM Convention, especially when Chairwoman Omali, the leader of the youth movement, the African Revolution.
Fully unite with that. I also want to appreciate Len, who is giving $100 today. You can interrupt me. We're Angelica.
I mean, so much has already been said why it is important to support this, this struggle. But I want to add to it, saying I'm taking those $2,000 from my region's banking account. I'm going to take all the money that I still have in my banking account, which is still a little sum. It's not much in regards to looking at all those billionaires and even millionaires, or people who have incomes like in the 50 or 100,000, because I'm on retirement now, and actually what is this? Social Security was cutting down my retirement, but I still have some money from when my parents passed, and and we had to have a house. So I'm taking had some of that money over here, and I will discontinue my banking account if a recent bank does not continue, kind of working with.
Angelica.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman.
Turn down. Angelica. Turn down. I wanted to just say this for what it's worth. And perhaps it will, in some people who have not made any contribution. I want to say that we are not guilty of anything that they have inferred. Yes. We have not committed a crime, even the crime of the colonizer. Right. Because we understand at this time of the struggle, what the colonizer cannot tolerate is truth. Right. Understand? So our weapon has been the truth. Yeah. Tell the truth, crunch them with truth in the fight for democracy. So everybody should know that you're not participating in some kind of criminal enterprise. Right. That we have not committed any crime, that we are innocent of everything they have inferred. Right. And that's what this is about. I just want to make that very, very clear. Because we're going to say a lot of nasty stuff about what's happened to us and who did it to us, but we haven't committed a crime. And we can say nasty stuff because the Constitution says I have a right to say nasty stuff. You're committing offenses against us. I'm upholding the Constitution. Those who bomb my house at 5 o'clock in the morning are violating the Constitution that they say they believe in. So I just want to make that absolutely clear. We're not asking you to participate in any kind of criminal enterprise. We are engaged in a struggle for the liberation of our people. If that's against the law, then they need to continue to say that. And that's who will go on trial when they indict us. They will go on trial for violating in the open. And so, they may be able to get away with a lynching, but it ain't gonna be no secret lynching. Ain't gonna be no private lynching. They can bring the whole world in and say, see what they're doing, and this is what they have to defend. They have to defend themselves, defend their democracy when they attack us for free speech, freedom of association, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
We are now at $11,160 raised, which is $8,840 left to go.
All right.
840 divided by 500. Do that. I can't do it that quickly, but 16? 16. Okay, thank you. So I just want to appreciate what the chairman just said and appreciate Deputy Chair's presentation. That was incredible. And everyone that has spoken and these comrades up here. And just reiterate, let's make a commitment to raise this $20,000. We're coming up towards lunch. So let's go enjoy our lunch, having raised $20,000 towards these programs. And I appreciate what Deputy Chair said in that presentation, that part of the counteroffensive is defending these economic institutions. And they're waging economic warfare against the African People's Socialist Party, against the African community. So it's not one-sided economic warfare. Right. This is the counterattack. Right. They're attacking, the party's attacking back. Yeah. This is economic warfare back at them. Yeah. Every dollar that we put towards Black Star Industries and towards reparations, this is the counteroffensive in full effect. Right. Every dollar that you contribute towards this appeal today. So I want to challenge 15 other people, I think if that's correct math, to match me. I'm going to contribute $500 towards our appeal today. So 15 other people in the room or online that are watching, think about giving at least $500, at least $500 more perhaps than you've already given, so we can go ahead and raise this $20,000 today.
Yeah. Go ahead. You know what? I want to take up that challenge. I want to contribute $500 more. All right. So let's get 14 more people. 14 more people to do it. We can do this.
Uhuru, I'm going to take up that call as well. I will pledge $500. Right. I want to say that one reason that I want to do that, a word that we haven't used yet today, is because I don't want to be complicit. Right. I don't want to be a complicit white person in this colonial capitalist society, and to withhold the funds that I earned in this system from the dual and contending power of the new social system, the African liberation, is complicit.
Right.
So $500.
All right. Yeah. 13 more.
13 more
13
people.
more people.
And I do want to acknowledge some other people that contributed. Moisey Odom pledged. Where'd it go? Oh, $50 more. All right. In addition to a previous pledge of 150, so 200 total from Moisey Odom. Diane Tournay is doing 60. Uhuru Diane. Hallie Murray is doing 50. Uhuru Hallie. And then we have Jamie Simpson doing 25. Jamie. Connor McGuire doing 100. Uhuru. Director Akile doing 25. Becky, who is watching online, doing 100. Uhuru Becky.
Uhuru Becky from Minneapolis.
Uhuru. Wendy Craig doing an additional 250, so that's 500 total.
There we go.
And Maureen Wagner doing 250.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Yes, so we are investing. I think it's so, I mean, when I'm thinking about what do I want the future to be like, I want to invest in a different system, you know, so what is that system going to look like? It is being built. Actually, we have an example of what it's going to look like with the Black Power Blueprint. This is a blueprint, you know, for what an anti-colonial system can look like.
Uhuru. I had a hand from Johan back there. All right.
Fantastic.
Uhuru.
Should we look at the total?
Yes. So now we are at 13,010. So Uhuru. And we also got a contribution from Susan Mortimer out in Boston for $50. So Susan.
Fantastic. Yes. So keep those contributions coming in. Go to uhurusolidarity.org and click on pay reparations or fill out your pledge card. We can do this, not too much more. $6,965 left. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And it went down a little bit because Erica Ruby gave $25. So Erica.
Fantastic.
Erica did a lot of the beautiful promotions for this convention. So thank you so much, Erica.
Thank you so much, Erica. Yes, so I want to challenge people. What are we going to do? Are we, you know, did we give $50? Did we give $100? Did we give $200? Can you give $25 more? Can you step it up a little bit more? You know, every dollar that we take and we invest into this alternate system is a way of ensuring the future of humanity, you know, a future of liberation and freedom and peace for this world. So if you're an environmentalist and you are concerned with the state of this earth, you have to be concerned with the state of its people. You have to be concerned with the state of every living thing. And that means that you need to start paying reparations. White people owe reparations. We are building the culture of reparations to African people. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And we did get a contribution, an additional contribution from Brendan for $150. So including the $50 early.
Uhuru. Fantastic. Okay.
Go to the last slide. It's just last.
Yes. So we are standing up and we are saying today, the FBI cannot stop African self-determination. That is what this money represents. It is going into the liberated economy, the anti-colonial projects of the African People's Socialist Party. So let's get online and pay reparations, uhurusolidarity.org, and click on pay reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And we're going to keep raising money throughout the convention. I know we're going to have different people joining tomorrow. And go ahead, Chairman.
Yeah, the deputy chair and I will donate $500. We'd like to, can somebody match that? If anybody, that would be good, but that's what we want to do. We want to match another $500.
Somebody's got a match. Somebody's got a match.
Just want to put the call to match the chairman and deputy chair for an additional $500. So
Can't say no to that.
again, if you're in the room, you can just raise your hand and let us know that you want to match the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and the deputy chair of the African People's Socialist Party. So anyone that can contribute that. And again, if you're online, you can let us know in the chat or just go ahead and submit it.
Uhuru. Yes, this is our chance. This is our chance to stand up and pay reparations and be on the right side of history. This is a really important time. You know, all of this economic warfare, these economic attacks are, you know, it's multi-pronged. This is coming from the banks. This is coming from the government. This is not okay. This is not okay. So we have to stand up and show that we are supportive through material solidarity. That means paying reparations.
Uhuru. And we do have more contributions from Carol out in Illinois, I believe, who did $100. Thank you, Carol. And Penny Hess, who's doing an additional $100 as well. So thank you so much for that. So we now have just 5,000. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Something's happening in my, okay. So someone took up the call to match the chairman and deputy chair. Here we go. And it was Kara from Oakland. And Kara traveled from Oakland to be here with us today. And we are just so happy that you were able to join that long trek with Wendy Snyder as well. So,
That's right. So our remaining balance to raise is $5,815. This is very doable. We are going to be continuing to raise reparations throughout the entirety of this convention. So you will still have a chance to pay, but I say just get in and do it now. You know, why wait?
Yeah. And, you know, we've heard from some people that they have to check with their accountants or their spouse or anything like that. And that is totally fine. We will be here tomorrow. You can let us know, to have a little meeting, a financial meeting, and come on back and let us know what you are able to contribute.
Absolutely.
To recruit the accountant and the spouse.
Yes. Have them become African internationalists and pay reparations.
Yes, Kitty in the audience. Okay. All right. Kitty. So that, I think that makes your total 500. Is that what happens? Okay. Uhuru Kitty. Uhuru. Thank you so much for that. And we also have Aaron. I don't know where Aaron is located, but we can find out, who is doing $25. Aaron. Oh, is Aaron with the radio show? Oh, there's a few Aarons. Okay. I won't say the last name, but Uhuru Aaron.
Uhuru. All right. And I think there's something else.
There's something else coming in.
Yep.
Sandy in Washington is doing 50. So Uhuru, Sandy. Uhuru. We now have 5,490 left to raise. So if someone can just give 500, that'll bring us beneath that $5,000 threshold. You can give 490 if you want as well to make it even. We accept that. So we just have a few more minutes here. So if anyone again is in the room, wants to contribute, it can be any amount. It could be more than 500. It can be, you know, $25. It can be, you can do $20,000. Maybe you're waiting for us to raise $20,000 to double it, which is also acceptable.
Absolutely. Yes. So, right, we have $5,490 left to go. This is absolutely doable, you know, almost all the way to $20,000 there. So let's keep going. And again, if you do need to consult with somebody, then, you know, we'll still be accepting these reparations payments at uhurusolidarity.org and click on pay reparations throughout this entire convention.
Uhuru. And I also want to say, if you want to contribute anonymously, if you don't want us to announce you online, that is totally fine. You can, you know, submit your payment online, leave a comment saying that you want to be anonymous, and we will thank you, but we won't say your name. That is also an option as well. Or you can send, you know, a check to Uhuru Solidarity Center at 2654 Gravois Avenue. So if you want to send that in the mail as well, and you want to be anonymous, you can just let us know. And we will do that for you.
Yes, that was Aaron with the White Lies Shattered podcast.
Aaron with White Lies Shattered podcast. Uhuru, Aaron, thank you for
Uhuru.
joining us.
Uhuru. And just a reminder that this is, funding Black Star Industries. So that means, all of the different organizations, all of the different economic development work, the anti-colonial work that the party is engaged in. So it's Uhuru Foods and Pies and Burning Spear Media and the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace and Uhuru Planet Revolutionary Apparel that you can get right back there, and Decolonize and Uzi Custom Apparel and the Uhuru Wakulea African Women's Health Center and the community gardens and the beautiful mural and the basketball court and Aquaba Hall where we are today. This is what we're building. This is what the party is building, so this is what needs to be funded. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And if you can go to the website on your phone if you need access to a computer or somebody to help you make that payment and you're here with us today. We do have Jamie in the back with a computer and he can help you type all that information in if you need that as well. He's at the registration table.
Uhuru. And another point that I really want to make is really shows the difference between this colonial system and this anti-colonial work. While the FBI was just raiding the chairman's house, just a couple blocks away, at the very same moment, that destruction and that violence and that just horrendousness was taking part on behalf of the US government. Here, there were 14 African women being trained as birth doulas. This is something that has an effect on the African maternal and infant mortality rate. Birth doulas are essential to ensuring that mortality rate is lowered. So, what could be a clear example of the US imperialist colonial system was birthed on violence and genocide and murder, and that's what they're still displaying today. Yeah. But here, because of the party, because of the Uhuru movement, because of this over 50 years of work that they have been doing, they are birthing something different. They're birthing love and peace, and it means reparations. R-O.
And then I think we're closing up with this section, but before we close up, I want to increase my pledge by another $500. So that will be 1,000 total, because I want us to only have less than $5,000 left to raise when we come back tomorrow. So I believe we can do it. So invite your friends. We're going to be going on a bus tour of all the programs and institutions. So people will get to see them you'll get to see them with your own eyes, and anyone you bring will get to see it as well. And it's just so inspiring, just the tremendous impact that the party is having here in North St. Louis and around the world. So
Uhuru.
Unity through reparations.
Uhuru. Thank you, everyone.
Uhuru, before we break for lunch, I just want to give everyone a round of applause for the incredible stand of solidarity with the African Revolution that was just on display with that fundraising appeal. And just acknowledging that this is a period where so many people have been giving generously to the Hands Off Uhuru, the legal defense, and to still step forward and say, we're going to fund Black Star Industries. We're not going to let the US government succeed in trying to divert resources away from these programs is a very powerful stand. And we are committed by the end of this conference to raise the rest of our pledge. Are we not? Can we get a round of applause for that? Okay. And I also just wanted to jump up here to appreciate the two comrades who just stood before you. Leah Fifield coordinated this convention. And I want to give a huge round of applause to Leah for that. And this was based on just the political period that we're in and all the work happening with the Hands Off Uhuru campaign, and having someone who was willing to step up on top of doing so much incredible work in Minneapolis, working with the grants committee under the leadership of the Office of Deputy Chair, fighting to win resources, doing reparations treatments, as fundraisers in Minneapolis, and so much more. Just an amazing comrade that everyone in the Solidarity movement should strive to emulate. So I just really want to salute Leah, Uhuru. And I also want to salute quickly two other people. One is our Vice Chair, Amanda Carlozzi, who was just up here, who shoulders so much responsibility in the Uhuru Solidarity movement on so many different fronts, and including the material solidarity, among many other things. So just really want to salute and appreciate your leadership, Comrade Amanda Uhuru. And finally, correct me if I'm wrong, Brendan, who can't talk, who's on security right now. Okay. But I think one of the people who joined USM just now was Brendan's mother. All right. So I want to welcome you and welcome all of Brendan's family members who are here. It's great to see you all. His mom, his aunt, his sister, and tomorrow we'll be meeting grandma and Brendan's brother as well, who we've met before. So it's really great to have all of you here. And the reason I'm pointing that out is specifically to say, like, be like Brendan. Let's go. That's Brendan. It, right? I'll let the chair. Why not? Let's go, Brendan. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now there's a video of all of us doing that. Right on. That's awesome. So just seriously want to salute Brendan, who is doing his best to be disciplined on security right now. But, you know, this comrade has jumped in from day one. Some people remember it was actually just a couple weeks before the raids. We had the Reparations Summer Intensive. Brendan came out to a teach-in we were having in the park and became a member that day, saw someone doing a very poor job trying to grill veggie burgers. That was me. And came over and was like, "You need some help with that?" And now he's coordinated food for multiple conferences and events. And not only that, he coordinated the program for this conference. He does amazing work as a local organizer and is just an incredible person, just an incredible comrade that we're really happy to know, to have you be a part of this movement. And just really want to salute Comrade Brendan. Let's go, Brendan. All right, you can bring back up our MC.
All right, folks, so we have reached lunchtime. Yes, Uhuru for lunch. Absolutely. So I know that everybody is probably hungry and smelling all the great food that's come in. I just want to recognize Nia Natumpe. Right? Did I say that correctly? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's where we're having food catered. Oh, we're doing a group photo before lunch. Okay, so that means right now.
Yes.
And by group, we mean, come on out.
Hello, everyone. Hey, I'm Hallie. Just want to salute this program and Sarah, our MC, and just everything so far. I'm the logistics coordinator for this event, and I forgot to send a memo to the MC about this, but we would like to have a group photo of everyone here before lunch. And how that's going to work, we have our photographer Casey in the house who will be doing that. So we'd like to invite everyone to participate in this. We're going to put some chairs in the front here for the party members. And then the rest of us can be standing behind them and up here. So yeah, and then we'll eat. Just Uhuru, that's all.